Be good if there
Hello.
was a way to, like, persist that.
Persists the Dave being able to show, or?
No, the cursor thing, so we don't all have to always go to the
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
think there is a way to have that be persistent, but it would be cool.
For some reason, it saves for me on Leo, but it doesn't save for the stream account. So,
Probably because you're local and we do a new connection every time,
yeah,
technically.
that'd probably be
If
it.
you have a local program, but, maybe it'll roll in and be just a default setting at some point. Cursors on, off, that'd be cool.
Eventually, we'll have played enough that we'll have taken up every single IP address it could possibly be, and then they'll all be turned
Yeah.
off. Welcome back to Dragon's Breath. It's been a while. When last we left off, I was doing a thing where I was having people in the party describe where last we left off. However, considering that it has been a while, and folks might need a good refresher, I'm going to put on the background music finally. And do the refresher on the behest of anyone, unless someone wants to raise their hand. No, that's fair. So, when last we left off, our party arrived at the loggers' camp as they were making their way towards Falcon, who, known as the guardian, the parental figure of Seren Julius. The party arrive at the loggers' camp and see various corpses strewn across, from the campsite to the southeast and the riverbed to the north. It was then that they decided to inspect ruins, what once was one of these loggers' cabins here at this log site. After a little bit of investigation, they discovered that something had burrowed beneath the ground and caused this destruction long before they had arrived. And they decide to continue their search into the one remaining log cabin to the western side of this campsite, where they find Tybor Wester, brother to Harbin Wester from the town of Phandalin. Oh, sorry, I'm forgetting one very important vital part. That while searching the campsite, Junior took it upon himself to steal from Owen a water skin that was at one point filled with this black ichor goo that seems almost synonymous with Junior's powers now. He then proceeded to fill this bag up with his own urine and not hand it back to Owen, but secretly place it back into the lead box within the bag of holding that he then handed back to Owen, like, oh, I found this in the woods, this is all normal and natural. After entering the log cabin then, finding Tybor Wester, they hear strange noises outside where they're greeted by this humongous viney creature that seems to pop up these pods, fungal, spreading badness. Words good. Words good. After a fierce battle and dealing with many foes, as continuously ones would pop up out of the ground whenever this creature moved, they receive a seed from the remains of the giant creature, about the size of a football. They think the best place to put it inside the lead box next to the demon seeker. It was at this moment that Owen realized that he had been duped. Turns to Junior. Junior tries to explain himself. Things don't go as best they think should. After a rest inside the cabin to recover and recuperate lost hit points, man, that'd be an interesting mechanic, wouldn't it? They set up a tiny hut, leaving Junior outside of the hut to fend for himself in the back of the cabin. The party now has this weariness for them about Junior. After some experimentation with spells Owen and Sildan manage to break their way through the viney crust that encased this area, and the party then make their way towards the woodland manse. Anything I missed?
Nope.
Cool. Then real quickly, I'm just going to go over the credits. Make sure I'm on the right scene. Oop. Oh, why is that not showing? Well, that's a hunky-dory do, isn't it? Yes, please show. There we go. So, to give credit to all the amazing authors that helped make Dragon's Breath the thing that it is, a huge thank you to Forgotten Adventures. You can find them at forgotten-adventures.net or at FRGTN Adventures on Twitter for map assets. To Ian Fisher, or Tabletop RPG Music, from patreon.com/tabletop RPG Music, or at TTRPG_music on Twitter for music and ambience, as well as Michael Gelfi from youtube.com/Michael Gelfi or patreon.com/Michael Gelfi, on Twitter at Michael Gelfi for music and ambiance. A huge thank you to Rictus for doing all of the character art that you see here tonight. You can find them and even commission them by heading over to their Twitter account at Art of Rictus. A huge thank you, this is a new one, to, I assume this is pronounced Uchideshi34 on Reddit, that you can find on reddit.com/u/Uchideshi34 for providing the Woodland Manse map that we're going to be using tonight. A huge thank you to Jeff, who will be editing this video and all the previous videos of Dragon's Breath. This streamed adventure is unofficial fan content, permitted under the fan content policy, not approved or endorsed by Wizards. Portions of the materials used are property of Wizards of the Coast, copyright Wizards of the Coast, LLC. So, if there is nothing that y'all want to be doing on your way to the Woodland Manse, I can just go ahead and swoop us on over there.
I think we're good. I think we did most stuff last session. Here, anyway, on this map.
Make sense? I tell you, one thing I forgot to do about the map was actually position it. So if you look down as soon as the map loads, you'll find your characters then. Welcome. Woodland Manse, as you traverse not too far to the east of the logger's site. You see, off in the distance, a very loud burst of audio incurs that I need to deal with. Turn that down. That's supposed to be ambient sound. You see this tall building start to breach through the trees, clearing in front of you way. Various patches of pumpkin and vines lay strewn across and gather up around the walls of this large two-story stone building. You see many of the windows are dark and dusted over with time and age. Seren, you recognize this place as somewhere where you have previously trained with Falcon in the past. This would often be a refuge point if ever you were hunting out in the wilderness and didn't have time before dark to make it back to Falcon's Lodge. But you know it to be an uninhabited place for as long as you've been on this plane.
So it's normal for it to be sort of dusty and quiet, really.
Yeah.
Well, in a while. So, normally quiet. Nobody's around.
So where
Sorry.
to?
Well, we can go have a look around, check inside after what happened. Log camp. Get out, but oh, why anything?
That was an enclosed space, though, right? We should be fine out here.
This place looks lovely enough to me. Are those pumpkins?
They are.
Sorry, Leo, I can't move Saren.
Okay.
The game is paused for me.
Yeah, same.
Oh, let me pause and unpause. Did that work?
It did.
Yeah, thank you.
No worries.
I was still able to move. Clearly, I am a wizard and cast time stop. I'm so sorry. Also, that was fucking lame. Let's play.
Alright, Doctor Strange.
Hey, Saren, is there anything we're supposed to be looking out for specifically?
Leo? Is there anything I'm supposed to be looking out for specifically?
Well, you'd come here because you heard that the orcs had taken Falcon during one of the hunting expeditions, correct?
Yeah. Yes, that's it.
Um,
Yeah.
And when you got to the loggers' camp, they told you that they had last seen him coming towards the manse. Which is why you're here.
Is a man? Yes. Apologies. It has. Right. I don't know what to expect here. I don't know whether they're gonna have Falcon in here or we're gonna get rushed. I don't know.
Well, if
But
we have the advantage on, do we want to come up with a plan?
yeah, can do. Are there any other entrances or exit out of this building?
You would know that there used to be a back door at the kitchen area, which is to the north. But when you last stayed here, the kitchen door had, even then, long since been destroyed and broken down. So there is now just an entryway hole in the wall where the kitchen is north side. Other than that, in front of you, you see the stone steps that climb up to a portico with a stone balcony overhanging at about a height of 10 feet. A series of vines intertwine stone pillars supporting the balcony and crumbling stone railing. The ground floor entrance features a giant boar's head carved into the face of it. Of this 5 foot wide, dark, aged oak wood door. Similarly, an uncarved heavy wooden door would be on the second floor just in front of the balcony, and can be seen roughly from where you're positioned, Saren. An abundance of moss has begun to cover over the stone that gives the manse a strong, earthen aroma. So,
Are
you
there
have
any
that information.
so there is a door around the side, but a door. Are there any tracks around here or any sort of dust step?
Roll me a survival check if you can check for traps. Not traps, tracks. Sorry.
Ooh, that's a 20.
20. Damn.
20, yeah, 24. I got it was 19 plus 5.
Oh, sorry. I think you're breaking up a little because I only heard the 20 part of it. Are you able to boost yourself just a little?
Yeah, give me a second.
Yes. But 24 is pretty good. You will notice as you look around the ground here, you can see that something or someone has been through the pumpkin patch in the last day or so, and you notice that there are small leaves from the pumpkin patch that have obviously broken off on this person's attire and then fallen to the ground in front, leading up towards the steps of the hands.
Okay, and these like footprints and stuff. Because my favorite enemy is orcs. Am I able? Do they look like orc feet?
Well, what you're tracking is the leaves having broken
Oh, the
from
leaves, broken leaves. Okay.
but with favored enemy, you get advantage to tracking those creatures, don't you?
Yeah.
You want to go ahead and just roll me another d20?
Okay.
For no reason.
Yeah, no reason.
Just 20. Okay. Roll. Ooh, 14.
With the bonuses, yeah?
Just a what? Just a straight 20, or you want me to do survival again?
Yeah, survival, please.
Okay, so 14 plus 5, so that'd be 9.
Cool. No better than your previous one then, so you don't discern anything more than what you knew already.
I
Okay.
don't know. Sorry.
Um. Yeah. Something has been here last day or so. So, but it looks like it took the front door. We could go around the side and maybe take it by surprise. Whatever it is,
You inspected the company inside there?
could be.
Because what I'm seeing is a balcony, and it might be a good. Maybe I could boost you up there, and you could have a look through. Like maybe there's a window you could have a look.
That's true, but looking at the state of the balcony, I don't know how stable it's going to be if I try and get up there.
Silky.
Yes.
Where's that pet of yours?
Oh. Right. One moment. Falcon! Come!
Oh my god!
Oh, hell yeah.
It's huge.
Yeah, it would have been, it's been circling above us, or probably a little off ahead of us even. I imagine we could, I can't control it, but there it is.
Oh, can you not? Jesus, what's going on
No.
with things tonight? First night back, that's what it is. We'll blame that on. Why can you not control your hawk? Oh,
It
no.
doesn't look like I have,
Dave.
yeah.
No, you
Yeah,
should
there you
have.
go. Oh, I can now control him, although when I click on him to control him, he has no vision whatsoever. I can't see anyone next to him.
Getting a blind hawk.
Yeah.
Yeah?
There we go.
He was
Perfect.
just blinking, man. Immersion.
There we
Was my
go.
pup not out
Lock.
as well? I believe that he was supposed to be out.
Woof, woof. Let me just open his eyes as well.
Yeah.
And then give,
And say if that hawk is coming down to like land on Silky's arm or something, the pup immediately goes into like a hunting stance. I'm like, oh, no, not food.
Yeah, it'll do that. It's basically perched on Sildan's shoulder. Well, I'm sure we can have a better look now. Good idea. And yeah, I guess Sildan will send my lovely hawk off to, I guess to each of the, I mean, a decent distance away. I'm pretty sure this hawk has ridiculously good eyesight. Yeah, it has advantage, in fact, on any checks that rely on sight. So it doesn't need to get terribly close to the windows, but I do want it to circle around and take a look. It looks like I can also, see through my familiar's eyes and ears. So I'll do that and give us a better look at what's inside.
First floor or second floor first?
I would probably say first floor. It seemed like we ixnayed the balcony idea, so probably want to get a good idea of what's on the first floor if we're going to go through this way.
Cool. Go ahead and roll me a perception check then with advantage, and we'll just use this roll as the average for all of the. Because there's a lot of windows, so we'll just use that as an average for the whole scope around.
Sure. The hawk also has a passive perception of 14, if that matters.
Good to know.
Let's see here. How do I do the advantage one as syntax? Is there 2D? No. Yeah, 2d20 K1. Would it be?
Or K1, yeah.
K1 like that. So I didn't add the plus to that. But anyway, the hawk got a 9 with advantage.
Oh no.
As I said, its passive perception is 14, though.
While in hawk form, as your hawk is swooping around the building, just for thematic sake, is it clockwise or counterclockwise it's going round?
Let's see. We got the let's do clockwise.
Clockwise, cool. So as it reaches this point over here, to the right-hand side of the building, and feel free to swoop the hawk around, so that you can actually get a vision of the area.
Thwomp, 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 thwomp.
It's around this point that you hear gruff sounding voices coming from inside of the manse on the second floor, in the southeastern part. You're unable to see through the windows, as these ones in particular actually have blinds to them, but as I said, a lot of the other windows actually are just covered with dust over them, to the point that visibility inside is very hard to come by. You did notice, in fact, as Darren had mentioned earlier, that the door to the north side, up here, as the hawk goes round, is in fact caved in, and there seems to be a kitchenway there, but most of what normally adorns a kitchen has been destroyed in some sort of ruckus. Continuing to swoop around, you hear... What languages do you speak?
My Sildan, Draconic, Elvish, Sylvan, and Common.
Right. 1 second. You hear, in a language that you don't really understand, from this gruff, almost raspy sounding voice. Tulja Guahi.
Oh dear. And then once my hawk's back up this way, can I have him literally do a little loop on the air current, go back around counterclockwise, and second floor, please.
Go ahead and roll me a general roll for the second floor.
Okay. That was a lot better, and also again, I just repeated the previous thing, so add what, 5 to that, 4 to that? Add 4 to that, 22.
Cool. Real quick then. I need
It's gonna
to.
need.
As this is the second floor.
You could have done that if you wanted to, buddy. Don't worry.
We could have tied some balloons to you.
It appears all the windows on the second floor are currently available. Oops.
It's loading for me.
Good, it gives me a chance to reset the fog of war. That's your loading.
Okay.
So your hawk catches this vision here, and I need to. Oh,
I'll let you know when it loads.
Yep, that's
There
fair. It has
Okay,
not loaded
yeah,
for me on the stream yet, so I get that it'll take a sec.
It loaded for me, but I don't have any token. Well, I guess, yeah, you just said that.
But you should now have a token that has vision in the scene.
I don't see a token. Where am I looking here?
We bring in Gus again. Not Gus, sorry. We bring in the hawk again. Try that again. Oh, nope. Everything is awful.
I see the hawk. He just needs... Oh, there we go. I was going to say he just needs vision. Oh my gosh, what is happening? What happened?
What do you mean what happened?
He's like stuck to my cursor. When I click, he's...
Oh. Oh dear lord.
Okay. Calm down, buddy. It's going to be okay. It's
You see
okay. Everything's fine now.
what looks to be like a bedroom area in there.
Yeah.
And that's about the only window that you can get sight through on the second floor. Like I said, these ones down here are all affixed with blinds on the inside that are all shut. So
Okay. Is the bedroom here? This is the one you're talking about? Is it?
Yes.
Is there anyone inside?
you don't notice anything moving inside. You see, as the sun breaks through this one window that the hawk is able to, you see little dust motes that all dance sunbeam there that would give you an idea that the room has been left untouched for quite some time.
Right. Okay, so he swoops back around the other way. Can't see into any of the other upper floors.
You do see on the north side, I'm bringing this back to this map for the audio and the visual, still working. On the north side, above the kitchen area, that doesn't actually have a second floor, it's just a slanted wooden slate roof. The western part of that slanted wooden roof has actually caved into a room there, and as you look in, it looks to be like a pantry area that has long since had all of its food eaten by the wildlife around.
Okay, so I'm going to relay this information to the party, and also note, sorry, the voices, were those coming from the first floor on the east side, or was it second floor? I just wasn't, the hawk wasn't there yet.
Second floor on the east side, but your hawk had heard it as it went round the first time.
Right, okay.
Because obviously, sound doesn't care what floor you're on.
Yeah. And in regards to that, I can only assume that it's our orc friends. Couldn't understand them, though. Very harsh language, that.
Does anyone speak Orc? Maybe Sildan could repeat it as best he can. Or what was he
Unfortunately,
doing?
I speak Orc.
Oh,
Sildan, if you can repeat what was said.
oh, sure. It was Uthrak. I don't know. I'm not a
Come on,
Right.
give it a good try, right from the guts. Hmm?
Do I have to roll anything for this, or?
Well, you can if you want to, but if you wanted to try and reinterpret what I had said, we can go off of that as well.
I can't remember what you actually said.
There,
I
then
thought you were just I thought you were just doing the language thing where you make something that sounds vaguely orcish.
no, I loaded up an actual translator online and
Oh
used
shit,
that.
look at you go.
But go ahead and roll me a general intelligence check to see how well you can remember and then repeat the sounds that you heard.
Gotcha. General intelligence. Oh, hold on. I can click on this. I am so good at remembering and also very intelligent. But was there ever any doubt? Anyway, perfectly to the best of my knowledge, what that orc said was... Go ahead, Leo.
Tulja gu ahid. Which means,
Ahem.
to Seren, the plan goes ahead.
Oh. What plan? I mean, surely, what do they even want with one human?
What about
Well,
this whole Gorfolk thing?
Mm.
is the one who trained you possibly inside? I get that we should have a plan. That makes sense, but time also might be of the essence. That northern entrance didn't cave in itself.
Yeah. I think trying to get through this front door, we're going to make way too much noise. We need to go around the north entrance. As quietly as we... If that's possible, looking at Junior.
Junior gestures at his chainmail. Yeah, I can certainly try. But this, and then shifts, and there's like quite a lot of noise.
Uh, oh, actually, hold on a minute. Alternative, I don't know how this works. Hold on a minute. That you can see probably. Hold on. How much can we see, Leo, if we go around? Like, how high up is it? You know how you said the second story, the curtains weren't drawn on that one southern room?
Correct?
So if we go back far enough, like, can we sort of see up into there a little bit?
I'm trying to think of the logistics of this from an IRL sort of standpoint. So imagine it's 10 feet up from the portico in front of you where the balcony is. So the second floor would be about 12 feet up from ground level. Just thinking like how far back you probably only see like roof or like the bedposts and such.
Okay, but we can see into like where the bed is and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Essentially what I'm asking is like we can't just see, window glass and that's it. Like we can actually see the bedpost. So an alternative thought, if we wanted to try a counter ambush of some sort or even a distraction, is that Saren and I can get in to the second floor with minimal noise quite easily. A simply misty step.
Yeah.
And you want us to take the exit? Is that what you're thinking?
He nods. We could even use our familiars to coordinate, or simply time it one after the other.
Seems
Two
simple
teams,
enough.
and at the very least, it should surprise them. The room upstairs that I can see inside, covered with dust. I don't think they've been in that room at all, so they certainly won't expect us coming from it. Just a thought.
Right.
And like waves his fingers.
Every time we've encountered orcs, they're just vicious, right? We're not talking our way out of this. If we're going into a fight. So if you're going to go in by yourselves with this, what do you call it, Misty Step, you might be in there alone. Could you contact us somehow and let us know if that happens, and then I can do kicking and screaming. I'll come through that door, you know. But how am I going to know?
Well, I had thought actually that you three down here would make a little more noise than us. We'll simply appear in that room,
Hmm.
and if you try as best you can to come through the main floor, at some point you might make noise. If we hear that, or if we hear the orcs start to engage, then we can simply come in from behind them. They won't be expecting us on that floor, especially not if they hear you all down below.
That's very true. And I can do noise.
He gives a little, like, amused smile at Junior. Well, anyway, that's my proposal, but I'm just as happy to give a good old kick at the door. As you
No,
like.
makes sense to have them covered from both ways. They're not going to escape then.
What about you, boss man? Got any ideas in that big old brain box of yours?
Hmm.
Oh, and I'll sort of glance back at Junior and then look to Saren. For sure we're in for a fight.
I think so. I can't let them take Falcon if they have him. But we could do with keeping one of them alive, maybe. Find out what's going on, what their plans are, if we can.
If I can see them, I can try and charm them.
I don't think I've ever heard of a charmed orc. That'd be a new one on me.
It just depends how many are in there. I can only do 2, maybe 3 at best.
Well, here's a thought, and realize that you're not all too keen on me right now, but we could make noise out here, and then we'll funnel them. If we're definitely getting into a fight here.
We could, but can't guarantee that they wouldn't kill Falcon in there as soon as they heard noise. I can't take the risk of him getting hurt.
Right. Okay.
Out of character, do we know for sure that they have him? Did I miss that?
You had heard from the people in Fandolin that Falcon had been taken hostage, and then you'd heard from the people at the lodge that he'd taken here.
Okay.
But it's all rumor at the moment. You haven't yourself seen.
Gotcha.
And that bird of yours didn't see anything, huh? No elf, I assume, is it? That we're looking for? Human, gnome, dwarf? That was addressed to Terran.
Oh, it's not my hawk though.
No, I realize that, but who are we looking? We're
Oh,
worried that this friend of yours might be in there.
oh yeah, Falcon. I mean, everyone else would probably be orcs in there.
Right. Right. But elf, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And you saw no elf in there with your hawk?
Not that I could see or hear.
I could try and send the pup in.
I think Sildan's idea was good.
Stealthy
Oh,
way in.
that
Thank
one.
you.
Two-pronged attack. Makes sense. Lead with the charm if you think it'll work.
Okay, I'm up front then. Bridge will move to take the front of the bottom floor.
Junior's going to follow behind.
And Sildan will circle around. Probably with Saren to the plan.
Sorry, Falcon is human. I don't know why I got him confused with an elf. He's a human.
You're the
Okay.
real boy.
Whoops.
But like you said, not orc. So
Not orc. No, he's not green.
Dubbity dubbity.
Okay, so we'll basically be as southwest-ish as possible. I mean, we're outside and down a floor, so I doubt. Yeah, this will be fine.
So,
Oh, so
we're splitting the party. I have that correct, yes?
Just
Who's
slightly.
in which groups? Is it Silky and Saren in one group and the rest of us in the other?
I believe so.
Yeah, we've got the Eladrin elves together because we can misty step once a short rest.
Silky, where did you go?
Go off.
To?
South.
I went south.
so it's just Sharon and Sildan to just leave. Just waiting at the door for.
Wrong way.
Can't hear anything.
So, how do you want to go about doing this split apart? Because essentially, to have both floors in Foundry, what I did was I made them two separate maps.
Right.
I gotcha. Well, are we following that Sildan and Saren are waiting to hear if there's any ruckus and then coming at there's only two of us and there's three of you guys downstairs, so we weren't going to be like strike team one, right? Like we're basically
You're
seeing if
standby.
you guys. What's that? Yeah. We're on standby, waiting to see if you guys can sneak in downstairs through the north entrance. Was it or?
The northwesternly, it seems that they're setting up on the portcullis. They could go through the kitchen though.
Yeah, you could go through that shattered north. I'm just thinking because there's actually a door northwest there, like the main entrance. So probably.
We want to draw their attention though, right? So the sound of a door opening and some
Oh, do you want to do
innocuous
that? Okay.
idiot walking through making noise is going to draw their attention, right?
Yeah, I gotcha. I didn't know if the plan was for you guys downstairs to try to stealth until they hear you, and then it'll just be loud anyway, and then we'll come out all surprised because they won't expect us, or if you just want to make noise right from the get-go.
Realistically, being absolutely stupid when it comes to 1 plate armor and 2 chainmail armor, how much noise realistically is that going to make? Like, if you're just walking through with blatant disregard, going about your everyday life, and there's someone on the second floor, like, is that level going to attract you, or do you have to start jumping around and putting effort into it for someone to hear that kind of noise?
Depends on the building, I guess. We don't know what the floors are made of. Don't know how thin they are. Don't know how old
Imagine
they
if you
are.
wanted to make noise, you could, being able to speak
So
loudly, et cetera, et cetera.
As the house is kind of dilapidated anyway, I was going on the assumption they were going to hear us from the get-go.
Yeah. So
Anyone
are we
feel
just going
free
to
to
go in oblivious, pretending that we don't know that they're Like we're just looking for a place to stay for the night or something.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's
You
what I
guys
was
can do that
thinking.
too.
Yeah, especially as we've split the party, so they're not going to have a good idea of our numbers either.
Okay, so then Leo, I would just say that like for us, assuming casting Misty Step goes off without it, like that doesn't, we're outside, we're on the ground floor, I don't know, 20 feet away ish. And then we cast Misty Step to get up into the room. And then we basically just holding pattern there until these guys make noise and we sort of hear the orcs move to, because we're trying to come up behind them or take them by surprise.
Right.
So I don't think we need to go to the second map yet, like the upper floor or whatever, because we're doing nothing except waiting, and then we'll spring out and do all
What-
that.
What you couldn't see from the floor, from the ground level, was the bear in the bed.
Oh, I thought it
Bear,
was just
but
going to be a
close.
little girl with golden locks, actually.
Because it's going to depend if we can get the orcs downstairs or whether we're going to then rush up to them to depend what level we're all going to be on, realistically.
Yeah, that's true. So we
Yeah.
can. What? Sorry, go ahead.
I got you. I was just a little bit confused because I thought you were going to Misty Step in and then wait for anything to go wrong. And that's where my confusion. But if you're waiting outside, then I can just go ahead and start with...
No, like we're Misty
downstairs
stepping
stuff.
in right now. We're for sure Misty stepping in and just waiting in the room.
Okay.
Probably close to the door. We're just waiting to basically hear the orcs travel on through to get the rest of our party, and then we'll spring out and surprise them. Essentially, like pincer them, or at the very least, step out behind them and try and get them by surprise.
Gotcha. So what I'm going to suggest then is I'm going to put on the permissions so that the Woodland Man's upper floor should now be in your list at the top that you can just go to. Seren and
cool.
Sildan, if you want to come over there with me real quick.
Sure. And yeah, essentially we might all be on, unless orcs, some stay there and some stay there, we might end up on the same map. It'll just be a matter of whether our lower party gets upstairs and then the orcs come out, or whether they, run down the stairs to the main level and then we would follow behind them.
Cool, but I'll just, give you a layout of this room
Yeah.
that you've
We're
both
up here,
Misty
yeah.
stepped into.
Sure.
So, for you two, you see a 4-post bed that stands between 2 shuttered windows against the west wall. Other furnishings include a desk and a chair against the north wall and an empty wardrobe that leans against the east wall. A fireplace built into the south wall features an elegantly carved mantelpiece, reminiscent to that of elven architecture. Seren, you don't recognize this mantelpiece from the last time you stayed here. It seems to be the only bit of the room that has changed since you last stayed here, and it your interest.
Is there like a mark on there? Like if it's
Unlike the rest of the room, the mantelpiece here is the only bit that isn't completely covered in dust.
and it's just a new mantelpiece in there.
Possibly.
Can I check if there's like any like oh I don't know guess switches or anything there? Maybe there's like a hidden passage or something that's been built in, or
Roll a perception check.
Yeah, can I do the same here?
Sure.
I'm not gonna be able to. Sorry, say again.
Sure.
14.
And a natural 20 again on Sildan. Weighted crystal dice, that's what that is.
Yeah.
Sildan, you seeing this as an elven bit of furniture, an architectural design in this plane of existence? Quite odd to you, and you almost immediately notice the hinges towards the back of the mantelpiece. And Seren, you pick up on this quite quickly as well. and you realize that this mantelpiece lifts up similar to that of the cover that you would have over a piano's keys. Lifting up the mantelpiece, you see inside this long, hidden compartment a staff that seems to gnarl and twist and twine up, almost as if it was cut from a single branch of a tree that has twisted itself, being constricted in shape.
Sildan is certainly with. You could just assume that I'm whispering, unless I
Yeah.
say otherwise. But yeah, he'll be. We'll come back for that later.
Oh, why do we take it now? Yeah, could be useful.
It'd also be filled with black ichor that we then have to switch out for piss. He's just basically making a point to not be like Junior. And
Oh no. I mean, the stick could be useful.
Don't be like Junior.
he
Get that on a
shrugs.
t-shirt.
I just gonna
As you like, then.
as I stare at him in the eyes, like my other hand's just like reaching for it slowly, but I'm not breaking eye contact. It's like I'm gonna take this.
Do you take it?
Yep.
Cool. Add a unidentified staff to your inventory then.
Okay.
And remember where you got it, so that when you choose to identify it in future, I can tell you all about it.
Unidentified stuff. I need to find a pen. Thank you.
So I assume for the rest of it then, you're just going to be waiting in this room for shit to go wrong.
I
Yeah,
mean,
waiting by the door, basically.
To go wrong. Oh no.
what do I need to identify this stick? I mean, if we're going to be sitting here and waiting, I could be like, nice stuff.
I
I
think it
believe we
requires the
agreed
whole
upon a
short
long
rest.
rest.
Oh, long rest,
Okay.
sorry. Yeah.
Cool.
Lovely.
I'm going to bounce back over to the other folk now.
Cool.
So you stand at the base of this pathway made of cobbled stone that leads up towards the little portico area with 4 carved engraving on the oak door in front of you. What are you doing?
Gosh, we've come such a long way. Hopefully, we can rest here for the night. It doesn't look like anyone's using it. Fridge will make a point of talking at a conversational level, but enunciating their words, as they make their way to open the door.
I'm going to snap my finger and unsummon my pup.
Should be noted that Owen's armor is not currently donned.
Noted. Not
Fridge will
donned.
glance behind themselves to check that they're not alone going into this before they enter the first room.
Got Junior and Owen to each flank of you. As you reach
Just get out of the wind for a bit. Sorry, go on.
noise. As you reach out and push open the heavy oaken door, the door creaks open, allowing a singular door-shaped shaft of light to breach into the downstairs hallway, unveiling a swirling cluster of dust motes that weave their way in and out of the sunbeam. The floor, loosely lined with similarly aged dark oaken wood boards, a mold-spattered staircase stretches itself up towards the second floor. To the left of you, the scattered remains of what appears to have once been a parlour, and its door lay atop a dust-covered, shriveled leather rug. Most of the furniture in that room appears to have been destroyed long before you arrived. To your right, another pile of wood that appears to have at one point been able to hold the nature abound, but now lay strewn into a makeshift slope descending 5 feet into a flagstone courtyard that has a pillared arcade towards the east side of it. 7 windows on the upper floor to the opposite of you overlook the courtyard. A crumbling stone well sit in the center and lay victim to a sprawling mass of vines that have erupted from its depths over the many years that the manse has been seemingly untouched for the decades.
Well, it looks serviceable at least. We should be able to find one room we can use for the night. Fridge will continue in another step. Because they can see the stairs not far from them. So they're going to watch the stairs the entire time.
Because I can't move, obviously. Just assume that I'm quite close to the fridge most of the time. Unless I say otherwise. Just that.
Will we hear any
As-
noise descending from... Oh, sorry.
I want to just kind of scout around for any, like, not actively, like, on the ground, but he's going to sort of glance around, glance in the doorways above and below for any traps or anything.
Roll me a perception check.
Actually, while that's happening, Fridge will probably prepare the spell to release upon seeing anything coming down the stairs at them.
Noted.
Eight.
The murkiness of the room sort of gets to you for a moment. Perhaps Bowen has allergies, who knew? But nonetheless, you do spot underneath the staircase, there appears to have been set up several wooden spikes that all point upwards at the staircase. And though the staircase itself doesn't look physically like it's been modified to be a trap, you imagine that if the staircase were to exceed a certain weight, given how old and molded it is, it would collapse down onto said spikes.
Owen will poke Fridge's arm and point that out.
Fridge will glance over and nod in his direction. Acknowledging that. Have we heard any movement from upstairs?
That for a bit.
With an 8, no. If you want to roll a separate perception check yourself, feel free.
Yeah, Fridge
But I've
will...
just been going off of your passive perception as you go through it. Nothing has really called
Passive
your
perception
attention
of-
from here.
14.
Yeah, nothing's called your attention
Okay.
from here.
Did you say there was a well in this place, Theo?
Yes, in the courtyard area that you just get sight of right here, as all these vines falling out from it, there is a crumbled well in the center of that courtyard.
Crumbled well, okay. And is there open sky above it?
There is.
Okay. Junior's going to head in there cautiously, looking around, but is going to announce that, oh, we can refill our water skins. Great. Well, fingers crossed.
As you enter into the courtyard, before you say anything, because you would notice this before you said anything, I'm not going to be that guy, you know? You do notice that you can now hear faint murmurs of speech coming from one of the windows on the second floor to the south side of this courtyard. So with that in mind, would you still like to go ahead with the being very audibleness? Hello?
That was more or less the plan, right? Try to be as
Yeah.
innocuous as possible.
Yeah.
Cool. I just wanted to make sure before I was like, oh, well, I heard you say something, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So, Junior, you've made your way into this little courtyard area. You hear the sounds from the second floor and you say the line, oh, good thing there's a well here, looks like we can fill up our water bottle. You hear, Urita! Urva! Seren and Sildan, you also hear this. From your perspective, it's in the room just to the east of you, as you'd expect, second floor. You hear the footsteps, heavy footfalls, as they appear to be rushing out of the room, and then a loud thud, but on the floor below. Junior, in front of you, now back to this map, you see 2 doors open up, and behind them, several orcs all try to scurry their way out of this room. I need everyone to roll initiative.
What did I miss? Why are we rolling initiative? What happened?
I assumed you continued with the whole talking, oh, I'm going to get water from this well thing. Orcs jumped from the second floor down to the first floor using a means that you don't know yet. Opened up the doors to the south of the courtyard, and they're now in front of you. Initiative.
Right. Okay. And what did Junior see in that? Because I don't know if you caught it, but I was looking up to see if there was any access to the second floor from that courtyard, which I assume there is. If orcs jump down.
Not from, well, they could jump out of the window down, but there isn't a way up to it without, like, 2 people working together to boost up to a window, maybe. But they jumped, they auditorially appear to have jumped down in the room to the south and then opened the door in front of you, down here. Looking at Bridget's perspective there.
And just to check, would my spell go off before initiative since I had it prepped already, or would that be taken into account in the initiative?
It would go off because you had prepared this. I'll be generous because you said if someone came down the stairs, but this is a different thing, but you'd still see an enemy and fire off the spell, so that's fair. What is the range of the thing you are casting, though?
Not that far, actually, 30 feet.
Yeah, sadly they're 45 from you.
Ugh. Oh, wait, no. Wait. No, that's the wrong one. Yeah, 30 feet. Never mind.
No.
I got really excited, but I was on hold person.
Yeah.
I got a natural one, by the way.
Good
On
start.
Leo.
your initiative.
Yeah.
Oof.
Fridge is really having a rough couple of days as a dice roll.
Go ahead, Shay.
I was just gonna ask, are those the only orcs we hear? Do we hear any more that have remained on the upper floor, or the only orcs we hear were the ones that crashed down below?
Yes.
It was an either or.
Yeah, like yes, there are people.
Oh.
They're still
Do we-
on
The
second.
last
assume
bit
you
that you
mean-
had said was, were they the only orcs that we had heard were the ones that crashed down from the second floor? So the answer to that was yes. They were the only orcs that you heard.
Okay, so are we rolling initiative?
Yes. I was just about to get through the asking everyone's numbers. So
Sure.
25 to 20.
20.
Anyone else? Oh, 20 to 15. 15 to 10.
11.
11. I need to go up to the second map to get you in on that. You are on that 11. 10 to 5.
5.
7.
Oh, God.
7 for Sildan. 5 for Junior, who apparently has the name Fridge for whatever reason. I guess it's because you have control of him as well at the moment.
I did, yeah.
And then a 1 for you. Is that with your bonuses?
3 with my bonuses.
3 with your bonuses. Gotcha. And then let me just... Oh.
Well, you can stop now. That's enough.
Is it though? Are you sure?
Several orcs are typing.
Yeah, I'm like I'm like the bad meta game of hoping there's not 11 orcs.
No, because that leaves room that there could be something worse than an orc. Don't do that.
Be an orc in a hat.
Oh no, not a hat.
Oh, someone clip that line from Snake, please. Or just hold on to it. So, let's go ahead and pop this music on. Let's start for anyone. Oh, there we go. And, top of the round, as you see these orcs jump down from the courtyard to the south of you. Owen, you're up first. What are you doing?
I heard how many thuds out in the courtyard?
From the room to the south of the courtyard, it was 5 thuds.
Okay, and they sounded angry.
Hungry
Yes.
thuds?
Like the
Hard to tell with orcs, because that's just how they speak.
it's like German, I guess.
Yeah.
That's not your German, it's lovely. But
Wonderful language.
I guess I will use an action to activate my armor. And I will don the helmet as well as part of that.
Cool. Anything for
With-
bonus action movement?
Yeah, sorry, give me a second. I'm trying to look through things.
No worries.
Dylan's gonna look to Frigg with now glowing red eyes because of the helmet and step on past. Oh boy. I'm just gonna actually stop there to block. And I think that'll be me.
Cool. Up next, we have
My God.
this fellow. No. Which fellow are you? There? Are you that one? Which? I wish that there was more of a defined way to see which. Ah, you're that one. Okay, so he's gonna step out past his friend. 5. See you up there. Realize that he has a javelin, and he's going to try and huck said javelin at Junior because he's got a gold breastplate and doesn't like the look of that.
Fair.
So that'll be an 11 to hit you, Junior, which I think misses.
Does indeed.
And he'll take the rest of his movement, go in another 5, 10, 15, 20, and then face towards you. Next boy.
I'm sorry, quick question. Should we have long rested?
You did long rest at the very end of the last session, yes. Next boy is gonna
Yeah, in
come
the
out.
cabin, right? Yeah, we.
Yeah, in the cabin you rested. You had to sleep in the separate room from everyone else because they didn't like you no more. This one's gonna come out and it's gonna huck a javelin at you, Snake.
Hey, but I'm gold. I thought you didn't like to look at me. Hey, over here.
That was the other one. 24 to hit.
Oh.
That hits.
Take 9 points of piercing damage just as your armor is forming up around you, the javelin manages to get in to the shoulder. And
No
he's
diplomacy.
pretty happy with his position there. You hear now a sudden crackle begin from this room to the south of you here as you see blue flashes of light occur from the inside. Seren,
Yes.
you're up.
Oh, lovely. Okay. My character's still outside. Oh no.
No, if you
Oh no, you're second floor.
go to the top, you're on the second floor.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you. Okay, let's have a look. So we heard the noise downstairs. Go through this door. So I was over there. Sorry.
Interestingly, as you go past the window there, you can see into the courtyard, and there is currently an orc in this square. Oh god, I've got to try and figure out the position from upstairs and down. So he there. It would be this square here on the ground floor that you can see.
Okay. Can I see? I can't see anyone else. Just that one orc.
From when you move into the position of the window there, you can just about make out in this square here.
Oh, I might hit Junior.
He deserves it.
Hey. Come on.
No, I won't do it yet. Ooh. Can I shoot the window if I break the window?
Yeah. What you did in the last session, even though you weren't here, you got through a window.
Oh, sweet. Oh, can I shoot through the window at the orc then, please, with my bow?
Go
I
ahead.
assume this is at advantage because it's Divinity 2 rules, right? She's got the high ground.
No, this is Dungeons and
shit.
Dragons rules.
Okay.
And also, I think that's still the talent-based thing in Divinity 2. Who knows? It's been a while since I've done any Divinity 2, man.
The game.
Right. Roll an attack.
Lovely.
Also, oh, sorry.
Go on, no, go on. Fine.
I was gonna say, are they expecting this? Do we have any sort of like either surprise or advantage on these orcs?
That's interesting, because in 5th edition you have surprise round, opposed to a surprise condition, right?
That's
Or
right.
like-
Yeah. No, you're right. There would be sort of like a surprise round, but it's a little janky just because like
Yeah, they're not
they,
surprised
they
at them,
are
but
expecting
they
the
are
rest of the
surprised at
party,
you.
but they're not. They're not expecting us. So it's like, yeah.
Would it be like a reaction without using your reaction?
I'll real quick look up what the bonuses of a surprise round are in D&D, and then come up with something that we can all agree upon that seems fitting for this situation. Any character or monster that doesn't notice a threat is surprised at the start of the round. If you're surprised you can't move or take an action on your first turn of combat, and you can't take a reaction until that turn ends. So, what I'll say is, we'll give you guys an extra turn each for the first round.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, yeah. Fine with me. Okay, I'm gonna shoot it with the heavy, no. Probably the longbow, because heavy crossbow would be too janky.
Cool.
Cool, so that's 12 points of piercing damage. And I'm gonna do
What, did
on
you
top
hit
of
it?
that. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, 12.
You
Sorry,
did not
Rob.
hit.
Oh no, I rolled the yeah, my bad.
Said Divinity 2 rules. Come on.
Yeah. I haven't played in a long time.
It's alright. So good. Last time I played was a week, no, 2 weeks after the last time you played, so.
Right. Yeah, no. That's it. That's the end of my turn.
Cool. And now your second turn.
Oh, hang on. Do I get 2 attacks now? Attacks per action. 2. Do I get to hit it again?
Seems like.
If that's what it says.
Okay, well let's try and hit it again then. Oh, with a 20?
20 will hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
7 piercing damage, and I'll add the dreadful strikes on top of that, please. Which is
An extra 1d4.
Yeah, there's an extra 3 points of psychic damage.
Give us just a second here. Yeah, so when you reach level 5, you do get an extra attack per turn as a ranger as well as a fighter. That's there. Cool. So what was that damage, sorry?
So it was 7 piercing and 3 psychic.
7 piercing. A PB had shown me a thing for doing the damage that, 3? Yeah, it works. Thank you, PB. Okay. First shot pierces into him, and black ichory blood splatters behind him onto the flagstone courtyard floor. You still have your second action for this turn as your bonus for surprising the orcs.
Okay, alright, let's again, fire again. With a 23.
That'll hit.
Only 5.
Only 5, you say?
Yeah.
You get your dreadful strikes on that too, do you? Or is it just once per?
It's once per turn.
But this is technically a new turn.
A new turn. I'll do the dreadful strikes again then. With a 1 point of damage.
And that one was what you needed to push him just enough over that he did, son.
If this is a new turn, have you got another action to attack again then?
Yeah, so in total, Seren's making
yeah.
4 shots here. 2 because
Right,
the surprise,
okay.
and 2 from what would normally just be her first action.
Oh, nice. So after
Don't worry,
seeing that,
Junior, she's not out attacking you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like after that.
I wasn't saying. I was just worried that she was going to miss her next attack.
No, well, that black ichory blood splattered across the floor like an orc, and remembering that, Junior drank black ichory stuff, just give him a bit of side eye, but there's nothing else to hit here yet.
You can still move. You've got the 30
yeah,
feet of movement from your second turn still.
I'm gonna maintain coverage over the courtyard.
Cool.
That's right. Thank you.
Alright, Ian. Move back to the downstairs map. And it is this boy's turn who's gonna pop out. See his friend beside him now lay unconscious or dead. He doesn't know. He's an orc on the floor. Turn back towards Junior and charge at you, swinging his weapon, which is a great axe, at you, Junior. That'll be a 24 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
12 points of slashing damage to you as he brings the great axe down into your shoulder. It carves into you and you scream out in pain, but you're ready to retaliate. That'll be its turn. Orco numero 3? No, Quattro. Gonna come out and he's gonna charge. Let's see, what's that? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. He can just about get in front of you, Owen, and he's going to try with his great axe to replicate the actions of his comrade and slam down the axe on you with an 11, which I don't think hits.
Does not.
Oh, cool. And then finally, this boy's turn is going to sidestep 5, 10, 15, 20, and throw a javelin at Junior. No, actually, I'll roll for it.
I'm not scared.
I'm gonna roll a d3 because they exist. No, it is gonna be Junior. Cool. Gonna see if he was gonna fire it at Saren up on the second floor. He does not. 16 on you, Junior.
The shield.
Cool. Alright, Sildan, your 2 turns, if you please.
Okay. Should I be on the upper or lower? Like, what can I see on the lower if I... Here, let me go to the upper for a sec.
So you wouldn't see the 2 orcs in the arcade area way, but you would see, if I go to the upper, in this square here is Junior, in this square here is 1 orc, this square is an orc, and this square is Owen. If I can copy paste them over for the time being.
Okay.
Just for reference.
That's okay. Do either of the orcs I see, do they look particularly different from one another? Like, are any of them particularly well kitted out in, like, fancier armor or, like, a, you know, more gnarly axe or anything like that?
No.
Okay. I gotcha.
Oh god, this is not working as I had hoped. There we go.
That's all right.
There we are. Now you have a reference point for the ones you can see.
Okay. I'm just gonna get some haste up on myself. 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30. And then 1 more. Oh no, wait, my movement doubles with haste.
It does.
Okay, so here and open and 30. And then I get another action which I can use to dash and have another bout of movement.
Plus that turns movement as well.
10, 15, 20, 25. It's just an action, so it's
Yeah, but because it's a new turn, you get that full movement as well.
No, like I'm not on my new turn yet, is what I mean.
Okay. Okay, cool.
This gets me literally just inside this door.
Zoom.
Holy crap, that was a lot of movement.
It was.
Do I see anyone in here?
You do not see anyone in here. Let me get up the journal entry for this. This room has been claimed by hostile orcs that have now gone down into the floor below. You see that to the western side of this room, a small portion of the floor has caved in to the room below, and you imagine this is where the orcs have jumped down to get to the floor below. Other than that, you see several beds in this room, all of which appear to have been lived in for obvious reasons, and a few kegs to the eastern side of the room that appear to have a stench of ale to them.
Okay, cool. No, I was looking for Falcon. Damn. All right. Well, now I'll be on my other turn.
Zoom.
Yeah, if I was at this window, would there be any more orcs revealed to me?
Sorry, quick question. You casted haste, right? Is that a bonus action spell?
No, regular action.
So you would have had to use your action to dash.
No, I have another action from haste. And that
Oh,
action
right.
can be used to dash, disengage,
Got you.
hide, etc.
You have
Yeah.
2 actions, and now you have another turn, which is another 2 actions. Got you. Because
Yeah.
of haste. Got you.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, so if I step over here, are any more orcs revealed by looking out this window, like from this vantage point?
No, but you can now see Fridge is at this point inside below there.
Sure. Okay. What if I step over here and look down through the hole? Can I see orcs?
Unfortunately for you, you cannot because they've all left the room. They're now out in the
Okay, I
courtyard.
gotcha. Yeah, I gotcha. Well, I didn't hear any orcs on my nyum across, right? Like there was no orcs that I would have heard
No.
garbling around. Sorry, did you say no?
I said no, yeah.
Oh, okay. And how big of a deal is it to drop down here? Like, can I just follow them and drop down?
Yes.
Cool. I'll do that with a bunch of movement.
Cool. Let me...
Or rather, I mean, I've used what? 5, 20. I've only used 20 feet of my movement there.
Yeah, and dropping down is like... I'm not subtracting any of your movement from the dropping down because it's literally just 10 feet of a drop. You know, you're not
Okay. Yeah.
walking 10 feet, you're just dropping.
Right, you're just falling.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, can I... Whatever I see is what I see now? Is that right? Like, are all the
Yes.
orcs on the map here? Okay. Oh my! Okay. Well, I guess I'll use one of my actions to bow this orc. Actually, no. I should cast the spell first. I'll do that. Let's hit him with a chromatic orb.
Cool, cool. Is that something from me or something from you?
It's something for me. It's an attack roll, first level. I don't know. Let's hit him with lightning. That sounds fun. Oh yeah!
Not for him.
Was that another nat 20?
No, it was
Oh,
just an
okay.
8, an 8, and a 4. Although I noticed that it hasn't rolled my attack, so let me just do that. Where are we here? Spell attack, please. Would this roll if I click on it? No, it won't. Okay. I'm just going to use one of my portent rolls, I think, because I'd really like this. I'll use the 9 with the 7, brings it up to a 16.
That'll hit.
Hell yeah. All right, he takes 20 lightning damage. That orc in front there.
You see this orc who, as you begin the incantation for the spell, catch a glimpse of you out of the corner of its eye, and it turns sluggishly towards you, 1 foot and then the other, stomping down with this axe now in hand.
Oh.
Its eyes widen as it sees this lightning, the symbol of its god, right in front of it, reach out towards the orc. He drops the axe to the floor, reaches his arm out wide, and is hit square in the chest by this lightning bolt that blasts him back 5 feet. And as his almost taser-like body squirms on the ground, you can safely assume he is fucking dead.
Hell yeah. All right. And then I will longbow the other orc over here. Aww.
I know, how cool would it have been to follow that up with, and as his friend sees him fall to the ground after being hit by a lightning bolt, he turns to look at his friend, and an arrow just pierces straight. It
No,
would be
that's
pretty fucking
fine.
Cool. That's always
pretty
next turn.
happy with the lightning.
Yeah, it's
I
dope.
think that's it for me. I'm pretty sure I'm out of actions.
Boy, I hope so.
right.
Junior.
Oh wow, I rolled really low. Okay. You said that there was like a not from Sildan, but there was like crackling of like a energy coming from a room, right?
Yes, the room directly south of you.
Okay, I can't see that because I can only see from Fridge's perspective.
Oh, sorry, hang on. There you go.
Oh, okay. And there's no orc and. Oh no, I'm sorry. Okay, those are orcs on my sides, right?
Yeah, one right in front of you and one to your left that's currently engaged with Owen.
Oh, that's a shame.
They're getting married in a year.
Oh, it's not a good thing that's going on. Okay, I'm just gonna.
You object to the wedding?
Yes! This shouldn't happen. Owen. Yeah, I'm just gonna hit the one that's engaged with Owen then. Yeah, I'll just switch swash this one that's engaged with Owen.
Go ahead.
Hold on. It's a 13 to hit.
Just hits.
It's 7 points of slashing damage.
7 points of slashing damage to this orc with your first attack. Very nice.
Next action to attack again. Oh, that's much better. 24 to hit.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
6 points of slashing damage.
6 points of slashing damage. And you see this orc is very heavily injured, but still holding onto his axe, almost with a rage right in front of you. Anything
Okay,
else for your
bonus.
turn?
Yeah, bonus action attack again with my short sword.
If you can finish it with a little one.
13 again.
Yep, that just hits.
Okay. I want to get in that room. 5 points of piercing damage.
And as the orc holding on to its life with every might of itself, you lift up the left hand, uppercutting through the orc's face, leaving a gnarly scar through his eye that he'd certainly show off at many gatherings of orcs to show how cool he was, if he had survived.
Okay, action surge.
Cool. You do know the orc is dead, though, right? That was my flavor.
Yes, but there's another action. There's another. Oh no, I was the one. I was attacking the one that was engaged with Owen.
I see. Let me pop him back up to full health then and switch these two out. So he's alive. He's dead.
Right. And then action surge. And can I? Well, actually, first I need to find out. Can I get action? Is it an action to disengage?
For non-rogues, yes. And there might be other classes that can do it, but off the top of my head, I know rogues can as a bonus
Monks,
action.
I think, maybe.
Yeah, they can spend a key point too, can't they? Yeah.
Because I would like to action surge to disengage and run past this orc and go into that room that where the crackling was going on.
Yeah, you can certainly do that.
Yes, please.
Cool. So it'd be 5, 10, 15, 20 with the disengage, 25, 30 as you enter this room. Let me reveal. Oop. So as you enter into this room, to the damaged doorway that you just entered through, and this appears to be some sort of laboratory that mostly lies in ruin, furnishings that are broken and heaped against the walls. In the middle of the room, you see painted on the floor these now glowing 10-foot wide symbols depicting 3 lightning bolts. You see in the center of these lightning bolts a half-orc that currently has a book in his left hand and his right hand is forming various different arcane symbols in front of him that all seem to crackle and glow with this arcane lightning energy. That'll be it for your turn.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Cool. Fridge.
I don't know how I get back to my character, so I know where I am and I don't plan on moving though. The 2 rolls that are in the chat, that was me trying to see if spell attack worked on Beyond, and I didn't think it did because nothing came up in Beyond, so I'm happy to use those
Cool.
if you'd like me to.
Well, I've accidentally deleted them, so I guess you'll have to roll them again.
Okay, I would like to cast. Well, I could only see the one in front of Owen actually, so I'm gonna have to move. How do I get back to my character if I'm on Durf's
If you
character?
click and drag over a square that doesn't have a character in it, you should then be able to see all the characters that you can see.
Thank you. So I'll move forward, see the one that Junior just engaged from, and cast Dissonant Whispers.
Cool, that's a me thing, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's a 22 to hit.
Oh, is it not a me thing then?
Oh, sorry. Wisdom saving throw. Sorry, yeah.
Cool. Saving throw.
Of
16.
13. You pass. You save, sorry. So you take half as much damage and you don't need to move away.
Cool.
So 3.
3 points of... What type of psychic, I imagine?
It is psychic, yeah. And
Great.
whoever's cursed my dice, can you uncurse my dice? Because I don't need like a second session where my rolls are this appalling.
Yeah, this is a while back.
Yeah. Blame it on crypto.
Consider your dice uncursed.
Thank you, I appreciate.
Yeah, but now this means you're the curse snake.
I mean, that's fair.
No. You definitely need your dice more than I do.
Anything else for you, Fred?
No, that's all from me. Thank you.
Okie dokie. Top of the round. Owen, back to you.
Oh, I'm just gonna say that hurt and cast mirror image. As soon as I
Mirror image, 3 illusion. Oh, cool. It's the one that Shay used last time, right? Where you have to roll a d20 to see which one gets hit.
yeah.
Gotcha.
Question about my belt of Eldras.
Uh-huh.
I don't remember if we made this determination. If we did, I didn't make a note of it like a fool. When does it recharge?
It recharges when you absorb spells you.
Only when I absorb spells, not like long rest or anything like that.
Only when absorbing spells, yeah.
Okay, then I believe I have 2 charges of that left. Noted. I will...
That's somewhere, right? Regardless, after the battle's done, I'll do a bit of searching around and see if I can find the notes for it, but we know you got 2 charges right now anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'm making a note on my own D&D Beyond sheet. I just wasn't sure if we talked about it. But yeah, I'll move there, and I believe that won't be me.
Cool. This orc fellow over here is seeing the lightning bolt come from the south of him. It's going to turn tail, move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, right up towards you, Sildan, and bring down the great axe on you with a 22.
I don't think there's anything I can do to make that not hit me.
You have a bad
Go
point
on. I mean, oh, yeah, I guess technically I could have, because his... Yeah, I appreciate that, but no, I'll just have it hit me.
7 points of slashing damage as the great axe comes down into you.
Okay, I will need to...
I thought you were going to say you were out then. After 7?
No.
No, he's got 3 left.
But I will need to... 7, you said, so I'll take that damage. I will need to make a concentration throw.
Yes,
Um,
DC 10.
Constitution saving throw. Right. DC 10, con. Oh, that's disappointing.
What?
How could I not make that?
Oh, I'm so sorry, bud. I mean, you
Oh,
did
that
have
sucks.
like 2 natural 20s in a row, right? So
Yeah, that's fair. That's true. Well, haste pops, and I'll be out of the fight for a round or so.
Oh,
Yeah, haste is no longer up.
sorry, bud. The way things work sometimes.
Yeah, that's fine.
So,
Man, you mention that every time something bad happens. You'd be
Yeah,
really
we know-
good with pets. Yeah, like
listen, I like to let people know that I'm not trying to murder them. I'm just trying to advance the
well,
story.
you're absolutely. That's okay though. That's good. Conflict is good.
All right, fuck you then. You see some
you,
more lightning
your
happen.
heart explodes
All
and
right,
you die.
here. Let me drop some wisdom. It doesn't have to be on one end of the spectrum. Fuck you forever, and on the other end, oh, I'm sorry you got this little boo boo.
Sorry, I was
No,
talking to
there's no
Sildan,
in
not you.
between.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Absolutely.
No,
Yeah.
you're right. Sildan is fucked currently.
Fuck you, Sildan, but I hope you're doing good, shit.
I'm doing great. This is fun. You
Uh,
blast some, you lose some.
True.
No in between whatsoever.
Junior, you see that now that you're in the room and you see this incantation as it's unfolding before you, you notice now that one of the lightning bolts had already been brighter than the others, and as the orc in front of you continues its incantation, the second of these lightning grows in color. So currently the northwest and northeasterly lightning bolts are glowing brighter than the one to the south. And that's going to be that fella's turn. Seren, you're up.
Oh, sorry, choking on myself. Okay. So I can see these guys at the window. So let's rinse and repeat for now.
Let me update which ones are dead for you. That one's dead. I can't do that on the stream one. I need to move to... Sorry. That one's dead. Junior is no longer in that position. You can't see him. He ran down this way,
Okay.
to the south. That one is still where it is. Has taken some damage. Owen as well, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Owen moved 1 square to the... Yeah. There you go. So that's as you see it currently, Darren.
Okay. Okay. So let's hope for quick succession shots. So let's shoot the one closest to Owen first.
Did it not update for you? You should only see 1 orc, right?
I see one orc when you pinged lower down. Oh, I can't even ping now either.
Oh yeah, lower down is the room that Junior went into.
Ah, okay. Oh well, let's just a volley of arrows if they hit. Come on. With a 16.
16 hits.
Nice. Edged.
How much damage, sorry?
7.
7.
Yeah, and I'll do dreadful strikes with an extra 1 psychic damage.
All adds up.
And then let's second action, just as quickly as I can, notch another arrow and fire again.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's a natural 1. 9.
Would you like to determine the failure, or would you like me to?
Nah, dealer's choice.
You drop your bow out of the window down to the courtyard below after firing your last shot. The ricochet of the bow and it being a new shape that you're not quite used to, it falls down into the courtyard below.
Shit. Right. Really, really like annoyed with herself. Just gonna stomp now. Just stomp out the hallway. I'd know how to get downstairs, wouldn't I? Where is it?
Square.
Okay.
There's the stairs.
Okay, I'll go down
Use
the
them if
stairs.
you want to.
Yeah. Oh, I see them. Yeah, sorry. The thing that visibly looks like stairs, then I can't see are stairs. Yep.
Although your character doesn't know trapped, they are trapped.
Oh
You
my
know this
god.
as a person because big figure, but your character technically doesn't know.
Oh no, spooky. I'm gonna walk down the stairs. I haven't got enough movement. 20, 25, 30. I'll trip that trap next time.
I mean, you don't have to. You might decide you want to go out the window.
How
I'll
high
find
is
another
it?
set. 10 feet.
Ooh.
You know when you go in the stairs and you just decide to take the window.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, yeah,
change things up a
that's-
bit.
Just casually. I'm gonna go jump out the window and Iron Man pose next time.
Alright. Cool. Well, we'll get to that next time. Orky Boy's up. The one that you shot, interestingly enough. It is not liking this situation of having all of you surrounding it and firing pop shots at it. So it's going to turn and go after Junior, 5, 10, 15. And Great Axe in your back, Junior. That'll be a 21 to hit. Dogs are rolling fucking good, man.
Yeah, that hits.
7 points of slashing damage as the orc comes up behind you and slashes down into your back.
Oh, you little git.
Sildan.
Yeah. No. I can't move or take actions until after my next turn, so I'm huffing and puffing in front of this big bad orc.
Which I did do his turn, didn't I? Yeah, that's what broke your thing. Yeah, cool.
Yep.
I thought I'd forgot his turn then for a second. Junior, you're up.
Just gonna yell over my shoulder as I get hit in the back. Nothing good's going on in here. And then I'm not going to disengage, but I am going to just leave this dude's whatever.
There.
Because I'm heading towards the dude who's casting spells.
Uh-huh.
And then once I get close to him, I'm going to attack. But I assume that orc's gonna get attack of opportunity.
He will, indeed. Let me roll for that first. He'll do so with his Great Axe. 18 to hit.
Yeah.
13 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
You're keeping track of all this, yeah?
Yeah, I got it.
Cool. But you make it up to where this orc is currently casting something from this book. What are you doing?
I'm just trying to slash that book out of his hand. Trying to take a hand off.
Go ahead and roll an
long kick.
attack.
I will. Once my D&D Beyond comes back up.
Oh, speaking of adverts, wait until you see the adverts I've got lined up this week, guys.
Right, that's a 16 to hit.
Let me have a look. Get the character sheet up. 16 hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
8 points of slashing.
8 points of slashing damage. Let me subtract that first, and then he'll make a Constitution saving throw. That is right. It's Constitution for the maintaining a spell, right, Shay?
Yeah, concentration. Yeah, it's a Constitution saving throw.
Cool.
Half the damage or 10, whatever's higher.
That's a natural 20.
Oh,
But
well,
you have another attack, right?
I do indeed have another attack, which I will do now. It is an 8 to hit.
Misses as he now is weaving himself away from your attacks while still moving his arm in this arcane fashion, trying to cast a symbol in front of you. It appears whatever he's working on is more important than defending himself to you.
Shit. Do I bonus action attack again? Or I need to heal. I'm gonna bonus action second wind. which is a D10 plus what?
Are you sure?
What do you mean? Why am I not sure?
Oh. No, go for it.
He's suggesting you murder him instead.
Right. Okay, now I'm going to attack him again. Fuck it.
Cool. I mean, you do whatever your character would do. Are you sure? You want to attack him?
There's a 19 to hit.
That hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
7 points of piercing.
7 points of piercing. Let me go ahead and roll another one of those. 17. 7 points of piercing. Anything else for your
Blood
turn?
seeps down the back of Junior's head from getting hit in the back as well.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it. I got.
Bridge.
Fridge Prime, you mean?
Fridge Prime. Fridge can't really see anything beyond Owen's back. So I
What if
don't.
you heard me
quite-
yell?
Sorry?
Owen assume Owen is in a combat stance, sort of hunched over. So you should be able to. Well, actually, how tall is Fridge?
5'2".
Never mind.
Wah, wah.
Through his legs. Through his legs.
Can they squeeze past him?
Yeah.
Sure, you're small enough.
Fuck all of you.
Hey, we're talking to Fridge, not you.
I'm 5'3". That's not much different. Fridge will squeeze past. Oh, okay. How do I get past you? There we go. Right, so yeah, to there, and we'll aim at this guy here with another attempt at dissonant whispers, muttering curses under their breath about tall people getting in the way.
Wisdom save, right?
Yeah, 13.
16.
Oh, for the love of Christ. Okay, well, that is half of whatever this is. So 5 points of damage.
Still enough. So as you whisper the full words towards the orc, you hear it. See him lift his hands up to his head and rack in pain before his arms just fall limp beside him. Falls to his knees and down to the ground. Dead.
And then Fridge will use the rest of their movement to get closer, not seeing any other orcs alive from where they were.
Cool. Top of the round, Owen.
I can see this caster, yes.
Yes. See the two bolts on the floor are already glowing intensely, and the southernmost bolt starting to charge up and near the same level of glow as the other two. Casting this arcane magic in front of you. What are you doing?
Hey, stop that. That was not actually frostbite, but I can't say DC 14.
A 2.
Takes
That's
11 cold damage.
Yeah. Cool. Let me add that, and then do the next con save, which will be for the concentration of the spell. 7. Very well done, sir. So you see, as you fire out this frostbite towards this arcane, the northeasternmost bolt fades back to golden color as the southernmost one. Now only one bolt glows intensely. Anything else for your turn?
No. Well, actually, yes, I will cast Defensive Field, or rather, activate Defensive Field and gain 5 temp HP.
Cool. Sildan, does this
Yay.
orc gain any form of advantage because of the effects of haste on you? They're done now, though, aren't they?
They are, but even still, I think the answer would be no. It's it robs me of my stuff, but it doesn't impose any conditions where I have disadvantage or anything like that.
Cool. Just checking. I realized after I started saying it that your turn had passed, so no anyway, but good to know for future.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Swings the axe at you with an 8 to hit.
And no, that misses.
Cool. Saren.
Out the window. I mean, it would be cool to jump out the window, but I mean, there is literally a flight of stairs there. It would make no sense just to throw myself out a window.
Maybe you could be
That's
maybe
true.
watch it passive perception.
Saren played Resident Evil 4.
Exactly, because you could 100% Leon Kennedy your way through this.
So I will have to go as nonchalant as I can down those stairs because it's literally stairs there.
Have a nice fall.
5, 10, 15, 20, and there's literally no reason why I'd go, I better check for traps on these stairs, because I wouldn't think, oh, there's going to be traps on the stairs, so
It is
let's
very
go down
moldy.
the stairs. Well, the stairs are very moldy, yeah, but I mean, barely anybody comes here, so I wouldn't think, oh, that's a bit weird.
Cool.
I mean, I could metagame.
How much does Saren weigh?
Saren's quite light. She's a very light elf. She is 140 pounds. I don't know what that is. No, that's really heavy, isn't it? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know
mean,
what
no,
weight it
that's-
is.
It's maybe not light, but it's not heavy. I wouldn't say.
She's meant to be like 9
Petite.
stone, like
Let me convert 9 stone to pounds real quick.
I don't work in pounds.
9 stone is 126 pounds.
Oh, there we go.
So could I have you make a dexterity saving throw for me, as the floorboards beneath you begin to walk down the staircase crumble beneath your feet. Please make me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. That'd be a dirty 20.
Cool, so as the floorboards start to crumble beneath you, I'm sure many of you have had this dream before. It's a common thing that lots of people have this dream. Not everyone, though. You see the floorboards falling beneath you, and you just go, fuck it. And you jump forward down the staircase and land in that 3-point hero's pose that you were wanting to do earlier.
Anybody see this? Like, anybody see this at all? Like, no?
Nope.
It was wasted. It was so wasted.
Poor thing.
Sarah Julius, was cool for a second. And then carry on. So I'm downstairs now, yeah?
Yep, I'm just moving your token over now. You are there.
Yeah. Right, so that's 20.
Advice from Junior: just tell them that you did it anyway, and just keep hammering it down, and then eventually they'll believe you. Or I think so. I'm not...
The thing is,
Great.
if Junior said it to me, I wouldn't believe it. If Saren said it, I go, oh shit, really? That's dope.
I'm the greatest stair jumper in the world. Right. Okay, so how much movement have I got left now?
5, I believe.
5. Can't see. Ooh. Is that door open over here?
Yes?
Is he in the door?
Yes?
I can see him.
Yes?
I'm gonna shoot him.
Yes?
Oh, it's so exciting.
I was just about to measure the distance, and then I remembered you had a longbow, and there's no firing point.
So
Oh!
first one,
Hang on.
yeah.
You
yeah.
don't have a longbow.
I do have a longbow.
No.
Fell out the
No,
window.
it fell.
Dropped
Oh,
it
yeah,
out
I
the window.
Oh, bugger. Can I use the heavy crossbow?
Yes.
That's 100 foot, though. I still believe he's in.
Yes.
Oh, nice. Okay, let's see. I gotta remember to pick up that bow because I will forget. Okay, that is a 24 to hit.
Yes.
Nice. And that is 12 points of piercing damage.
Very nice.
And dreadful strike. With 2 points of psychic.
Hell fucking yeah.
Right,
Very
and if he's still standing, I still got another action.
You do. And he is.
Okay.
Barely.
Alright. It's gonna get another bolt to the back of the head, hopefully.
Is everyone okay, or is she just like on a murder spree?
Oh, yeah. But she hates orcs. She's just like,
Right.
favorite enemy. She's like, let's do this. It's time to purge. It's a 15 to hit. The second one.
Can you fire a heavy crossbow without reloading in the same thing?
Oh, actually, that's a good idea, yeah. I don't know. It doesn't tell me.
It should say on the crossbow, that it's like
Properties?
an... Yeah,
Ammunition, heavy, loading, range, two-handed.
yeah, so the
That's why I'd have to
loading,
load it. That's fine, I'll spend that action
D&D
to load it.
5e,
It's cool, I'm happy to hit it once.
both are always ready to fire once per action. Reloading takes place immediately before firing as a free interact action, similar to drawing a sword. They'll retain your bonus action. Loading, because of the time required to load the weapon, you can only fire one piece of ammunition from it when you use it as an action, bonus action, or reaction to fire it, regardless of the number of attacks you can normally make. Cool. But yeah, you can only fire with the one, I'm afraid.
Nope, that's cool. I'm happy with that. I'll just use the other action to load it again.
Thematically, yes, that makes sense. But it would load itself even without the use of an action.
That's
Fire it once per turn,
Yeah.
essentially.
Yeah, I just might as well just, fart about with it.
The one thing I was looking up, favored enemy, and the language. No, it's just the language and advantage on tracking for favored enemy. I thought there might have been a damage bonus for it, that I'd only just thought of now, but sadly not. Cool.
Thank you.
That is the end of your turn, and now we come over to, oh, sorry, just before your turn this happened, but irregard of what you did, Owen and Junior used the, page in front of you to cast its arcaneness, and that bolt that had disappeared when you attacked him, Owen, now re-blows up on the floor. Sildan, your turn.
Okay, yeah, the glowy stuff and all the crazy magic, like that's like all lightning based, right? Like there's like chanting and crackling.
Yes. Yeah,
First-
you can
first
hear
of all,
the crackling, but you
I can hear
obviously
it,
can't
okay.
see it through the wall.
Right. First of all, I'd like to get away from this orc, but
It's
Okay,
looking very injured, I would point out.
that's fine. I still don't want to be near him.
Fair. They hit hard.
Okay, yeah. I'm going to leave so he can take his attack.
Doing so. Attack. That's a natural one. So
Cool. Probably because he was looking so injured.
Yeah, he got hit from Seren's bolt, and as he makes his attack on you, he realizes that the tendons and skin holding his arm onto his arm actually tear forth as he pulls down with such great force with his great axe towards you as you dodge out of the way. His arm actually dismembers itself from his body, and the blood loss causes him to fall unconscious and die.
Oh, squonk.
Yeah, he had 1 hit point and then rolled a natural one. I thought that a fitting end.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, well, those are all dead. That's cool. Oh! That was an accident, sorry. I think I can get here, just in front of Owen.
Oh. Welcome to the scene that other people have seen.
Oh my! Alright, well... I would like to... These are all like sigils and stuff? This is like a magic circle that this asshole is doing?
Yes. It appears to be some sort of spell that he is attempting to cast. With your basic, with your knowledge of the arcane, you can very basically understand that he is partway through a cast currently. About 2/3 of it.
Right. Can I make an Arcana check without using an action, just to see if I know it, or it's not a huge deal? If not,
Sure.
that's fine.
Yeah, you can give it a try.
Okay, because my actual action, I'd like to cast a spell. I bet you can guess which one, but let's see if I even know what he's doing.
We love haste. We love haste.
Try again, Junior. That's all right. You're a fighter. Do I know what he's casting?
Let me just look up the name real quick.
Sure.
I just found it in the SRD. It's called Evil Spell.
Level 12.
You are incorrect, because you are the bad guys. Obviously.
Yeah, that's
Doesn't
fair.
that just be a plot twist?
Yeah, what he's actually casting will restore this cabin to its once former glory. He already got a little bit of it with the elven architecture upstairs. And
Yeah, and he got hit in the face with a sword.
You do not know the name of this spell, as the spell is not a wizard spell. It's actually, from your knowledge, from a spell that you would have seen clerics do.
oh shit.
It's been altered slightly, as normally this spell would be attuned to fire. It is a 7th level evocation spell.
Oh, I don't like that.
You can't cancel that one then, can
Well, yeah, I that's why I don't like it, but nevertheless, I will have to try. I would like to cast Dispel Magic. Let's see. The DC equals 10 plus the spell's level, so the DC is 17. Okay, make an ability check. Using my spell casting ability. Okay. No.
Unfortunate. Good try, though.
Yeah.
Would have been pretty dope if you got it. That's not the
Yep.
only way to stop it.
No Borden left.
No. Well,
Not one
yes,
that would
but it
work.
won't help. Yeah, it's a 3, so... Yeah, that's it for me. I killed that orc by leaving the area, and, whiffed on that.
You faintly hear Seren as you run through the courtyard and into his room. Hey, I found on the stairs and landed here. Okay. Junior.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm gonna bonus action. Second wind. Let's do that first. That.
Oh, are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure this time.
Okay.
Stop. I need a D10 plus 5. Oh, which one's the D10 on D&D Beyond?
The one with 10 faces.
It doesn't show that.
It
One
looks
with
like
two like
a
side by side.
third one down.
Oh, no, that's 100.
can
Never mind,
also-
ignore me.
Third one down.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't read.
Oh, excellent. So 15 points of healing.
Nice.
Max. Shit. Love that. And then I'm going to attempt to... No, okay, so here's how... would you consider grappling as a attack?
It's an action.
It's not an attack action.
No.
So I couldn't follow up with another action afterwards.
Not with your extra attack thing that you have, no.
Oh, bollocks. I'm going to do it regardless. I'm going to try and attempt to grapple this guy and stop, grab his hands and stop whatever spells he's trying to do.
Alright. Make your,
What do I roll for that?
It's a strength athletics check for you, and he can make athletics or acrobatics.
Hello?
Hello? Can I be heard by everyone else?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, hello. I'm back. I think I might have fucked up again.
No worries. I heard what you said though, and it's strength athletics.
Strength athletics. Big old fat plus 6.
Okay.
So it's an 18 overall.
Okay. I'm not revealing the role that the wizard has done yet. Just in case a certain important wizard, sorcerer, whatever it is, wants to do anything right now.
Oh, yes. Yes, thank you. This is you grappling him, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm attempting to anyway.
Yeah, I don't actually know if that'll mess up the spell, but it seems like a good an attempt as any.
If
I've
he's-
absolutely...
Well, can we see him using somatic components? Is he moving his hands?
He has been.
Oh, yeah. Good idea. Yeah, well, in that case, I've absolutely seen the outcome of this. He got a 3!
3 on the roll, right?
Yeah, whatever opposed roll that he took to try and stop Junior, he got a 3.
Cool. And the thing
Oh.
does say that you have to reveal it before I reveal the result, right? And I didn't specifically for that purpose, but that's what it says, right? This will all make sense in a second.
Yeah, I'll take a look.
His result was a natural 1.
See here.
But you buffed it by +2.
Hell yeah.
But regardless, he does fail. I'm actually trying to look up, does grappling stop semantics? Because I think it does, but I want to be doubly sure of that.
If the spell has somatic components, then yes, it should. If you can't use your hands, you can't.
Well, I thought that
Use
was
those
restrained, not grappled.
That's what I'm going for. I can't
Oh, okay.
restrain until my next action.
Gotcha. Okay, then never mind. But now he just has him.
Can't move, yeah.
I can't even find restrained on the list of
It
things.
does say here a grappling pin. You can use your action to try and pin a creature. Oh no, never mind. No, it does say a creature grappled by you already. So
Grappled. Not really explained on...
Ah, what a bummer. Yeah, he could still spell cast while grappled.
Yeah, he has to
Wish I
restrain
had
him
known
first.
that.
That's a shame.
Wah wah.
Do you want to not have used it then because you didn't know and we were still going over the
I
rules
feel
of-
like Sarah would still want to talk to this prick, so...
No, I was asking if he wanted to not use his button yet.
Oh, right. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, if I know that doesn't if that doesn't block spell casting in any way, then sure, because it wouldn't have mattered. It doesn't matter if he's grappled or not. I appreciate it.
No worries. But you did roll a natural one, which overall is a 3 for him, so he is grappled regardless. Anything else for your turn, Junior?
No, that would be it.
Fridge, you're up.
If Fridge can squeeze between the two tall people in the room, hopefully I can't. Hang on, can I? I can! 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Fridge will sidle up to Junior and try once more Charm Person. Which is a DC saving throw? Wisdom throw? 13 you have to beat.
16.
I swear. Okay, never mind.
Sorry.
Throw that dice out a window.
Also,
Sorry, Fridge.
Yeah, but he's rolled 16 3 times in a row.
I rolled 17 on the first one.
Oh, you rolled 17? I
Oh,
thought
well
I
then.
was 16 As well. Rich will just be
Also,
cursing
I apologize there
themselves.
because I shouldn't have revealed the result immediately like that in case Support and Wizard wanted to do anything there. Apologies.
I'm okay. See, this is why like things like this, I appreciate just sort of give him some leeway because unless we want to slow everything down by you being like roll But no, I won't. I'll just have Fridge whiff a bunch of times and very unfortunate.
Top of the round, Owen. Hello?
Okay, sorry.
No worries.
Is a method to this madness.
Can I see what? So this symbol here, it's not connected to anything. It's just a part of the summoning circle on the or magic circle,
Correct, it is a part of the magic circle on the ground.
but they don't connect to anything else in the room.
No.
Okay. Well, oh, he's currently grappled right now, isn't he?
Yes, and it is his turn after yours.
So I'm sorry, which square is he in that case?
The central one. Right here.
Okay.
You not see him on your end?
I can't. I was just making sure
Okay.
that Junior didn't like bring him back or something when he grabbed him, because they would be sharing a space in that case, or they would be sharing a space anyway. But can't really represent that without things getting wonky.
Yep, there.
Well, I will, I guess, blast him with magic missile.
Right?
At advantage. Not that it matters, but
8 damage.
Yeah, but they're all split up into 3 separate instances of damage, aren't they? So let me roll 3 separate con saving throws for this spell. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3. They would all be DC 10, I believe, right? So the first one he succeeds on, the second one he failed on, and you that northeasternmost bolt now fade once more. And the third one he succeeded on, he took 2 for 8 points of force damage. Very nice. Anything else there?
That'll be me.
For his turn, he's going to oh, yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, it's like a little bit of a race against time, I guess. How many bolts are lit up currently?
1.
Just one right now, because we just shuttered a second one. Okay,
Yeah. With Owen's
magic missiles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, okay. He'll continue it and relight up that second bolt on his turn. Seren.
Fabulous. Well, I've just got to follow where I think everybody's gone. So, I saw that bloke.
A lot of noise
There.
coming from the south.
30, and
Pick up
guess
the bow.
I use... Yeah. As I skirt past, I'll grab the bow.
Cool.
And I'll probably have to use my action to dash. Okay. Huh. Anybody know what he's doing in there? Oh.
Oh, do you say that in character?
Yeah.
Casting something particularly nasty.
Oh joy. I think that's everything, isn't it, Leo? I can't really do anything on this round.
This round, sadly not. Sildan.
Okay, I know how to prevent someone from casting a spell. I preemptively looked it up so that the important thing wouldn't happen again. And it looks like there's not super clear rules about this, but one of the best ways is incapacitating them. So certain conditions that apply incapacitated. For example, being petrified, I throw the dodecahedron at him. It has a 20-foot radius, so that's gonna catch some people, but I can't really do much about that, and I don't think it really matters. Like, as long as this guy gets hit, I'll try and
What if you throw it in the corner of the room?
10, 15, 20, 25, 30, yeah. So, I don't know. That's still
good.
gonna hit. That's gonna hit Junior still, but we don't like Junior at the moment, so that's okay. Oh no, it doesn't!
It does. Junior is holding him.
Oh yeah, okay, alright. Well, that's still fine. It doesn't hurt him. Okay, so everyone makes a con saving throw except the bad guy, because he gets a 3.
Everyone? No one else is in it.
Everyone being Junior, because Junior is holding on to him. So Junior, make a con saving throw.
Okay.
That being said, before Junior makes a con saving throw, we never truly discussed this because I never thought this would come up. But when a magic item uses its ability, can that be counterspelled?
I have absolutely no idea.
Guess that could be up to you.
Yeah.
We can check.
I don't think it can. but
It
I'm
depends
holding
on
hope.
the way I've rolled it in the past, and the way I've seen it ruled is if the magic item casts a specific spell, then yes. Like if it's a wand that casts fireball, you can counterspell that fireball.
Fireball.
Yeah,
Okay,
but if
yeah,
it's
that makes
just
sense.
a spell or an ability from a magic
Yeah.
item, then no.
Okay. Cool. So he rolls a 3 and is now petrified.
Junior?
Oh, right, yes. I rolled a 15.
Okay. I guess that's against my spell save DC. Do I win or do you win? I think you win, right? If it's a tie?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I thought it
me,
was.
yeah, it would be him win because if fired fireball.
Yeah, right,
it would
because
be-
it's the saving throw. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, you're totally fine. You're not petrified.
Awesome. Again, getting
guy's
hit by my
petrified.
guys again.
That guy's petrified until the end of his next turn.
Cool, that said unconscious, but I know it means petrified, and that's all that matters.
Petrified. And he's incapped. His, I assume, spell stops, and that's, I think it for me.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it for me.
Unfortunately for him, fortunately for you, both of the currently lit lightning bolts on the floor fade to the same color of wood as the wood around it. It's more like the etching remains, but the bolts are no longer glowing, any of the three. Very nicely done, Sildan. Junior.
He said, a little bit of disappointment tinged in his voice.
Well, it's not over yet. Junior.
This is fun. I like that the item, you know, this has been a good item.
Yeah. Can't wait to get it off of you.
It blows up. You're not allowed it anymore.
Turns out there was a limited number of users, and you use them. No, go ahead, Junior.
Well, I'm going to try and restrain this dude.
Cool. Well,
Who's already petrified,
so
but
you
yeah.
can't make a contested strength roll, so you restrain him.
Yeah. So Junior pins him down to the ground, puts his arms behind his back, puts a knee up against his like lower back, and has him in this sort of like full Nelson grip. Like, Saren, want to have a word? I don't know if this dude.
He can't
Sorry,
hear you or respond currently.
I was talking to Saren.
Oh.
I yelled over my shoulder, Saren, do you want to have a word? Because I'm holding this dude down, thinking that Saren might, based off what's been going on, that maybe she knows what, or has some questions for this guy or whatever.
It should be noted that you might be able to put like manacles on him or something like that, but he is fully solid stone.
Yeah.
So I don't know that you can put his hands behind his back and like all that
Oh,
stuff.
right. Okay.
I'm not gonna be talking to him anytime soon.
Oh, so
You
can
can-
I restrain him
can
then if he's that,
Well, yeah,
that
because
stiffed up?
so to the sense you now have led him down. He's still in the same pose, but you've led him down on the ground, and you have your knee on his back, which, as soon as the petrification comes undone, would be pretty restraining.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm still allowed to restrain him then.
Yes.
Then that's what I do, please.
How long does the petrification last?
Till the end of his turn. His next turn.
See, an evil Saren would say snap off his fingers while they're stone, but Saren's not evil, so I'm not gonna say that.
That was a little bit evil. It came into her head.
Fine.
Cool. Bridge?
It's not a whole lot Fridge can do in this situation, so they'll just wait for the next move, really.
Do we, who has those manacles?
I have manacles.
Oh, well.
Why? Why? Oh, Bard, right. Yeah.
No.
So then I'll offer that suggestion, like, oh, do you not have those clap him in irons? Fridge, he'll, when he turns back, it won't be very pleasant for him.
Oh, Fridge will... are his arms in a position where they are able to manacle him?
Yes. Where he was casting with the one arm and the book held in the other one, they are close enough that the manacles would reach.
Then Fridge will manacle him.
Cool. Cool. Owen?
So we're keeping him alive then?
Apparently.
I just thought maybe this was something Sarah might want to talk about. I mean, we can kill him if you want. I summon my short sword.
We might want to get him away from his casting circle, or perhaps ruin it in some way.
Yeah, I'm not carrying him. Owen is going to, at the floor, at the symbol, he's going to cast Shatter at his feet.
What does that entail?
It does 3d8 thunder damage. The floor could make a Constitution saving throw, but I don't think that's applicable. I'm trying to destroy the sigil at my feet.
How much damage did you do?
Let's see. 17.
Damn. Hell yeah.
So obviously I didn't see this coming, but there is something in the house that is an inanimate object that does have a hit point pool, and it's made of the same material, so I'll take the hit points from that object and assume that that is the floor's hit points, when I can find that object in my notes. Yeah. I am unable to find it, but that's a decent enough amount of damage that will say that the sigil is indeed broken.
The dilapidated floor explodes thunderously.
He is now no longer petrified as his turn comes to an end. Let me just mark that off so I remember. Would anyone else like to do anything before his next turn?
Like I said, I've just summoned my short sword. I guess I'm holding like the back of his head and pointing it at his throat. Or like the back of his neck even, sorry. And that's about it, really.
He's a caster, he can probably teleport.
Is there anything we can do to stop a teleport?
Is he not restrained at this point?
Gag
He can't
him.
have spells, right?
Someone gag him. Or
That's
I will.
fair. Bridge will take some of the disguise gear and just shove it in his face.
Oh, can I put the dock cleaves in his mouth first?
Or that.
Dock cleaves in first, and then you can tape up his mouth or whatever.
I'm game.
Oh, we're not going to get any answers out of him now because he can't speak.
He can nod.
Yes or no questions will do, I guess.
Cool, so, be clear you're gagging him after a dock leaf has gone in his mouth, but no one is wanting to attack right now, correct?
No, nobody's attacking him. I don't
Anything
think.
suspicious, though, this sword's going down.
Yeah, that's fair. It's a readied
Does he-
action for an attack from Junior.
Owen will, assuming he's not moving, will rifle around in his pockets.
Okay, roll me an investigation check.
"13."
While he doesn't have pockets in his robe, he does have a pouch off to the right-hand side of him, and as you open up the lid of the pouch, you see on the inner face of this satchel, pouch thingy, that there appears to be a rough engraved drawing on the inside of this, and as you look at it for a few moments longer, you realize that this is a map of Neverwinter Woods, and you notice a few markings on it. One where, in the rough location of where you think Neverwinter would be, you see the symbol of, hang on, let me get it up, it's in the other notes. Thought it was in the other notes. So many notes on this guy. Oh, sorry, a shield in the location roughly where Neverwinter would be. You see another symbol that looks like a smaller version of the sigils here on the ground, above a location somewhere to the east of here. No, sorry, west of here. But before you get to Neverwinter, another one that appears to be above where Phandalin was, and a third one above where Waterdeep was, with a final sigil of like an altar of sorts that appears to be southwest of your current location within Neverwinter Woods.
I'll hand that off to Saren.
Saren, you looking at this, noticing Phandalin's one, Waterdeep's one, the third sigil that looks like the engraving that he had on the floor here, looks like the location of Falcon's Lodge.
That's where Falcon and I lived. I don't know what any of this means.
Maybe we could ask him. Maybe we could start with where Falcon is. Or do they even know who Falcon? Like, we're not going to take this gag off him, but maybe does anyone, any of you magic users got like any sort of truth thing that you can use?
No. Only charm person. And that hasn't worked so well for me today.
Have we checked the building here? There's definitely nobody else here.
Just a reminder, this is a quick, like, are you doing it for his turn? About 6 seconds.
Oh, right.
Probably. Then we can get into this if they're willing.
Ah. Okay.
So he's gagged, bounded, been searched. Anything else anyone wants to do before it gets round to his turn again, where he would now be able to do something if he wanted to. I think that's a no.
Nope.
Cool. So as it gets round to his turn, where he would have his first opportunity to do something, he assesses the situation and determines, you don't want to fucking die. So he sits there and awaits. Now you can.
I can try again if you think it's worth something.
Well, what does it do? Like, if we're just going to ask yes or no questions, or are you like planning to use this sort of spell so that we ungag him?
We would be able to. He'd consider us companions for an
Okay.
hour.
Yeah, let's do that.
That is a wisdom saving throw of 13 once again. As I cast charm person.
1 second. Make a wisdom saving throw. Advantage if you or your are fighting it. If it fails the saving throw, it is charmed by you until the spell ends or until you want to use anything harmful to it. The charmed creature regards you as friendly acquaintance. When the spell ends, the creature knows it was charmed by you. Those of you that have done a lot of D&D, the spellcaster would know if the charm worked or not, right?
No. Like, not until the spell ends.
No, the spellcaster, not the person it's cast on.
Oh, yeah. The caster would know.
He rolled a 21, though. So, the charm did not succeed.
And that continues my shitty day. Fridge is just going to go stomp off outside and try and cool off for a bit.
Well, hold on, Fridge. Don't go off by his. I forgot. Can someone wash him? I'm gonna go off and follow Fridge.
I've got an eye on him.
Don't get what he was doing here. Can I investigate the room a bit more, please?
Sure. Roll me a investigation check for the room.
Roll a 16.
16. Most of this room has been abandoned by its previous occupants. As you knew from the last time you... Not much of that on the shelves or the desks seems to have changed from the last time you were here, apart from the odd, like, place where a plate might have been or something that has kicked up dust. Having a closer look now, though, at the markings on the floor, you recognize them to be similar to a pendant I believe you guys had picked up at one point.
Ooh. Who has the pendant?
This was a while back.
Yeah.
Oh,
3 lightning bolts
oh.
all pointed to... In fact, you might not. It might have been Flint that had it.
I was just about to say, didn't Flint have this?
I think he did.
But you guys got a look at it at the time, right? So you would...
What does it also?
Yeah, and then Flint
I
destroyed it,
didn't.
right? I think Flint hit it with his hammer. If I'm thinking about the same amulet
The
thing.
one that he got from the orcs that killed the Gemstone brothers.
Yeah, either way, I don't think we possess it. The rest of the party probably would have got a look at it, though, but...
Cool. So while you don't possess it currently, you recognize that this sigil on the floor is actually the symbol of... Okay, close my notes down. Talos.
Mm.
Those of you who want to know more about it can roll a religion check.
Yeah, come on then.
All of us, or just people in the room?
People in the room.
Ooh, that's 12.
I don't think I can, because I didn't get an eye on it. Sildan, I mean.
Unfortunate. Sadly, there's nothing that your religion sparked you to remembering about Talos in particular.
Mm. Oh, bother.
Is this something I can make a roll for the... So you mentioned that Sildan had determined that it was, like, clerical now.
Mm-hmm.
I do have religion trained.
Sure. So with your religion roll, you're able to determine that, again, like the others had, that this is a symbol of Talos. You don't obviously know about the necklace, but he is known as the evil god of storms, a cleric with the Tempest domain. Nope, sorry, reading a part of the notes that says a cleric with the Tempest domain would succeed automatically.
Gotcha.
Yep. You also know that Talos is the greater deity of Gorthok, the Thunderboar.
Oh.
I think more so Gorthok is the underling god of Talos.
Right. But what would a bunch of... So what? Who are they working with?
Really haven't got the foggiest idea what these are up to at the moment.
Well, the boar that we encountered, Gorthok is an underling of Talos, which this fine fellow seems to worship. And all the orcs we've encountered seem to be affiliated. And what was the map? I'm sorry. The what one of them was Phandalin, was it?
Yes, so there are
The
three
different.
marks that were similar to the Telos symbol here. One was in Sandalin, one over Waterdeep, one over a location you're unfamiliar with, but Seren said the location Falcon's Lodge.
Right. So, am I to infer that if three symbols, if this spell went off, that something bad would happen to each of these locations? Is that right? He's musing out loud, but he's also sort of, loud enough that that the spellcaster could hear.
He looks at you, but doesn't seem to nod or shake his head either way.
Hmm.
Well, is that it? It's an orc, right?
Yes.
Wanted to confirm. Okay, great.
I don't know if we're going to get much out of him, to be honest.
Hmm.
We can try talking to him, but that would risk him possibly getting spell off.
Try one more thing for. Well, I mean, if you all have other ideas, great. But as for myself, Sildan is going to reach into a pouch and pull out some dragon bones, and he's going to go about creating his own little tiny ritual circle. And effectively, once the time has passed, I would like to cast Augury,
Cool.
which is a divination spell that by rolling my dragon
Hold up
bones.
real quick.
Yeah.
I'm gonna, for him, roll an Arcana check to see if I would actually even know. Just because this could be an interesting way to play this out. 19. You determine whether or not I would know.
That I'm casting Augury?
No, what augury does.
Oh, I mean, 19's pretty high. I would assume so. Yeah, that if he's identified the spell.
Cool. I just thought it'd be an interesting way to handle this, to just let you handle the augury and then...
Sure. Yeah. So by rolling the dragon bones and interpreting them, I can receive an omen from an otherworldly entity.
Oh, so I
about
would
the
need to know
results.
this then. Fine. Might be.
About the. That's okay. About the results of a specific course of action that I plan to take within the next 30 minutes. And you choose from the following possible omens: wheel for good results, woe for bad results, wheel and woe for both good and bad, or nothing. The results aren't especially good or bad.
Let me write these down so I remember them. Wheel,
Good, bad, good and
Woe,
bad, or
woe.
none.
wheel, and woe. Done. Got it. I probably spelled wheel wrong in the thing, but I know what it means, and that's the important part.
Yeah. And the course of action, I would say, would be completing this ritual. Insofar like in relation to, Neverwinter, the marked locations.
Okay. Could you ask your
So
question
what
as
kind of
you
an?
were asking it, Bell?
What's that?
Could you ask your question as if it were you asking it for the spell, and then I will answer that specific question.
Well, it's basically, I receive an omen about the results of a specific course of action. So the specific course of action would be
Right. Okay.
completing this ritual, this orc's ritual, and what sort of results would it have on the marked locations? That's what Sildan is trying to interpret.
As you roll the bones out in this auger fashion, knowing what the different positions of the bone as they lay in their final position would mean. See, all of the dragon bones, I assume, we'll say 4, are all facing with the, you know how, like, the leg bone has, like, the hooked portion of it towards the top? All of the dragon's bones, hooks of them, are all facing to the south, which you would know means woe.
Oh, yes, well, perhaps not the greatest of insights, but I can say with fairly absolute certainty that if he were able to get off this ritual, it would spell disaster for the settlements, the ones that were marked.
Do you currently have a point of inspiration, Sildan?
No.
Well, you do now.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yay.
Pretty interesting use of the spell before even interviewing the detained person. I like
That
it.
is as good of a truth serum spell as I possess. So now that we know that, interrogate away, I suppose. He can't really deny that that's what was going to happen.
Real quick, shall we now that you've done that and would like to start the interrogation, shall we take a quick break here? As I know Snake's jumped away real quick. I gotta do the ads at some point. Cool.
Sure.
So, everyone step away, take a breather, have 15 minutes, be back here by 15:15 if you can, and we'll continue then. Everyone else, see how fucking cool these ads are.
See? No matter how much I try, I can't make this thing kill me. It's a little bitch ghost who can't do anything. Ah! Gotta reload. Spam right click? What? Is it trying to... Oh, you bastards! Oh no! I'm being perma-staggered! Hey, Wesker! Take this! Help me! Help!
Anyway. Jesus Christ. You got 10.
I gave you guys really easy targets with the off.
Jesus Christ, when is it gonna stop?
I really, really want
I'll
to
save you!
that out.
Oh God! Oh God! Damn it, you dumb motherfucker!
Annika, thank you for throwing a box at Gregor. Wait, I'm not Snake! Why did I just... I've been conditioned! Oh my god! I'm leaving. I'll be right back. Somebody in chat reminded me of something. A fucking box? Fall off the bridge. Aww. Oh!
What the hell?
Well, why did that happen?
MLG! Oh my god!
That's a stretch.
I like fire. Fire is cool.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, that's not how fire works.
I hate you. Hold on. I feel like there's a dude up there still. Maybe not, but...
I mean,
let's
I
just-
shot a guy, but there might be. Don't fuck up.
How the hell do I cook this thing?
You did. You pulled it in. Well,
Welcome back, everyone. We're back from our break, back to this fucking show, where I now have to determine the answers to a bunch of yes/no questions, and determine whether or not I'm gonna lie on them. So that'll be interesting. So, question away.
Oh, I'll leave that up to slightly more intimidating brains.
I was just thinking the same. I wouldn't go with Junior, though. Owen, what do you think?
Oh, yes, isn't... Oh,
Right.
actually, is Owen's in the room. I look over at Owen. Is he still wearing that fucking helmet that gives him the red glowing eyes?
Yes, he is.
Oh, you're the scariest one out of all of us. And you wouldn't hesitate. He gives a bit of a cruel smile over at the orc's way, assuming the orc is looking at us.
He has been intently trying to assess the situation by eyeing you all up, yeah.
Right, well, I'll leave them to you. Ta. He leaves.
What? Why is everybody leaving? This is a really strong sorceress right here, or sorcerer. I'm sorry, I don't want to assume your gender at all. You know, everybody's leaving. Cool.
Kind of
What-
took some wind out of the sails there from what I was trying to do, but
you know,
How
great. It's
doesn't
like
matter. Sildan already left.
sat here with a ticking time bomb. It's fine.
I'm not ticking, am I? Well, it'll take a step forward. God, I'm in no condition to do this.
You personally?
Yeah. I'm gonna try.
Doubt is
I'm
there if
sorry,
you want to
Snake.
take it.
I didn't mean to shove you in there. It just
No,
made sense.
Yeah, I know. How rough is this guy looking?
Still fairly healthy, all things considered.
So, you mentioned yes or no questions. Is that because of the gag? Or is this spell
Yeah,
cast?
Yeah.
I assume that you guys had spoke about, and you did, while you were away, they spoke about gagging him and then asking yes or no questions. To avoid any, verbal spells being casted.
Yeah, the only one that comes immediately to Sildan's mind is Misty Step.
Did that go through?
It went through. Leo?
What?
Okay, nice.
He asked if there were any windows in this room. There appear to be
Oh.
several, but
Yes, there are 5 in total.
you had also mentioned about curtains, though.
Yeah. Those were, blinded, rooms that were on the second floor of the room that you had dropped down from.
This room doesn't have any.
No, it's
I don't-
just dusty windows.
I have a suggestion, but I don't know, straight up, don't know if it's metagaming or not. So I don't know whether to say anything or not.
Message it to me. I'm faster.
Okay, just say it. Sorry, at some point,
Sorry.
during the because this is in such a quick succession. Like Junior ran off after Fridge. That at this point, Junior would have probably, unless Fridge is sprinting, caught up and grabbed them by the arm in this courtyard area somewhere.
Yeah.
Like, hey, Fridge.
They weren't going far, they were only going outside the door.
Okay, so he just meets up with them then.
Yeah, they're just full on sulking outside the door.
Yeah, well, okay. Look, we have plenty of time for this kind of stuff, this sulking nonsense later. Right now, maybe we should try to back up our friends. So. And I know that I'm not the right person to be talking to this about this with you, seeing as you look like you want to jaw me right now.
It's fine. Everything is fine. No, you know what? Scratch that. Everything would be fine, wouldn't it? Except it's not fine, because if everything was fine, my spells would be working today, but my spells aren't working today. Why aren't they working today, Junior? Why aren't they working? I've had to have half focus on everything, because I'm supposed to be able to leave my back to you, but I can't do that, can I? Because I can't trust you now. So why would they hit when I've only got half focus? You were supposed to have my back. You don't have that now. Do you?
That's okay. Let's go down the attitude road then. Fuck it. You know what? You don't understand how important those swords were to me. You seemed to, as you said, that they were just hunks of metal.
I never said they were hunks of metal.
Yes, you did. You do not lie to me right now.
Since I called them hunks of metal, they're more important than your comrades, they're more important than staying alive. This unknown entity that can control you whenever the fuck it wants, that's not an issue. These swords are more important. Really?
I did not say that.
That's what you've proven. You didn't need to say shit.
Fridge, these swords are me. They're my entire identity. Without them, I am nothing.
How are they your entire identity? I thought you were the greatest swordsman. The greatest swordsman shouldn't need to matter what swords he uses.
They're my tools, Fridge. Okay, look, I said to Sildan, okay, I may have made a mistake. I should maybe discuss this with the group.
Maybe?
And I should have discussed this with the group, not maybe. I should have, okay? And I get that you're mad, but you seem to have this idea that you can't trust me, that as if, like, I don't know, that I'm going to stab you in the back at any point.
How can I know you're not?
Could I have you
How
make
can I
a
know you're not?
wisdom saving throw, please?
Who, sorry?
Sure. That is unfortunate. Because wisdom is not a good thing. Oh dear, 6.
I message you something on Facebook.
The message reads, "You stab Fridge in the front."
I'm waiting for it.
Also, yeah,
Let me
I
know
didn't
that you
want to
got
cut
that.
in because holy shit, the really good roleplay.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, sorry.
Just,
I have to cut
no,
in
that's-
with this because of
that's fine.
reasons your
I just
character
mean
wouldn't
when Junior is mentioning about, said to Sildan just sort of awkwardly, because he's standing in the room too. He's just like, he
We
did
can all hear
say
this.
that. Yeah, no, yeah,
Hold on.
absolutely.
Yeah, this is
I'm just
loud.
saying, he's physically standing there, and he sort of like takes a half step forward to Fridge, and it's like, that's true, he did. And if there's any sort of glowering look, he just kind of like wheels around, and he's like, boy, these orcs sure are interesting creatures, and just sort of like wanders off.
Yeah. So, yeah, sorry to interrupt that, but it is relevant to the moment. Please continue.
I lost my train of thought, to be honest.
You
Sorry.
were driving it into Junior with like 300 kilometers an hour. How fast do
I
those
can't
Japan
trust you,
trains
and I
go?
think the last question was, how do I know I can trust you?
Oh, that was it. How do I know I can trust you? There is no inclination that you're just going to change at the drop of the hat. How do I know he's not controlling you right now? How do you know he's not controlling you right now?
You know, I don't, but I can tell you that your mother is also my mother.
It's
I
not going to keep
learned
me
that
alive.
when that's not the point. For it's the like what I'm worried about is like why your mother would have never mentioned this to us. And how come?
Mention what?
Hang on, how come you got to get away with going off and then having a family, and I had to get raised in an orphanage with no one but me, no one but me and my swords.
I can't answer that one. I can't
So they
answer
were
that
all
one,
I
and that
had.
is something that needs discussion. But with you or with the thing inside you?
No, they've got it under control.
Oh, have you? And how exactly do you imagine you can prove that?
I guess. I guess I can't.
Right. That's what I thought.
Then fine. After this, you know what? Then you don't have to ever talk to me ever again. But we still have a job to do. There is still a world that needs saving. And Junior is fighting back tears at this point.
Bridge is just
So
gonna
let's
turn
put this,
away
like,
at the minute.
turn this. We won't talk about it ever again, and then I'll just piss off into the sunset or what the fuck ever.
I don't want you gone. I want you smarter. You idiot. If I lose you because of this.
Can I just for the DM? I am role played out on this. I don't know what to say. So Junior goes quiet and doesn't know what to do.
Fair. I mean, that's absolutely like a roleplay that you think Junior wouldn't know what to say, then he wouldn't say anything, right?
Yeah.
Look, I understand that you felt you needed those swords more than you needed autonomy. But you have to understand that we can't trust you now. I can't trust you now. And that means that we have to take precautions. We're gonna fuck up in battles. That could cost us our lives. And you made that choice. And we have to deal with it. So, yeah. And Fridge will probably go back in and
But
see.
hang on, you're talking about trust. Well, so
Or
why
not.
didn't you trust me with the goo to begin with?
Because we don't know what's in the goo. You woke up completely not knowing how you got where you were. You were talking like someone else. You were doing something you would never do until you proved me wrong when you
You've known
stole
me
it
for
back
a
off
week,
Owen.
Fred. You don't know what I could do. Well, I guess that's the point, though.
There was trust there to whatever extent it could be.
Fine. I apologize.
And I'll accept it, but that doesn't change where we are right now.
Agreed. Maybe let's get back to it, huh?
Fine. And then Fridge will walk back in the room if she's able to. They're able to.
Cool.
And Junior will follow behind. Woo! Got me heated then, sorry. As I'm letting my role playing thing drop there, I was like, wow, that got a bit. Ugh.
You
That's
good?
great.
So, I'd like to inform the rest of the party that Durf had messaged me, what was it, Saturday? Friday? Just something completely unrelated to D&D. And I said to him, I'm gonna break Junior. I'm gonna absolutely break Junior. I don't know when. It won't be in the next session, is what I said. Might not be for several sessions, but I'm going to break him. I didn't even fucking need to.
Thank you, Fridge.
Yeah.
I guess I got a bit hungry and it came out in the
that family
roleplay.
has got a bit of an attitude.
No, it was good.
Like certain actors, it's like, oh, you know, crying on command and stuff. It's like, oh, I just think about like tragedies that have befallen me in life. You're like, oh no, I can do angry roleplay. I just need to be hungry.
That is a tragedy that has befallen her.
Just deny me pizza for a bit, and
Yeah,
I
my
will be
chips
at
are in
your
the
throat.
oven. Like, they're not here. I need them here.
Oh.
At this point, everyone's got inspiration. We're just banking it. All right, Owen, let's or Snake, I suppose. Feverish as you are, let's see all your crazy roleplay.
Oh.
That's
Go.
not fair. He's not well.
I know.
Oh, and once Fridge comes back in, no one will sort of behind his helmet, look, like check the state, make sure at the very least she's present, and then look back to the orc and go, sorry about that, and then walk over to the other sigil end with gauntleted hands, punch the ever-loving shit out of it.
We'll just assume that you can break it at some point, either fast or like eventually it would.
Yeah. Excuse me, pardon. Thanks. And I'll do the same over here.
Yep.
In the meantime, can I start taking off the gag and unpacking his mouth? Stop.
Oh.
Maybe hold off on that. Oh, and I'll say to Saren as she approaches.
Okay.
Because Owen is basically standing behind him now. How tall is this half-orc?
Well, at the moment he's led on the ground, but you imagine about 6'3", 6'4".
Oh, he's on the ground. Okay.
Yeah.
Owen will kneel next to him and say, look, I don't really want to do this, but clearly you were far too powerful to be left alive. We have this map here with various locations. That's not good. You and your friends out there, they attacked us the second they saw us. That's not good. Whatever you're up to, it's not good. In fact, I can't really think of any reason we should let him live. Oh, and I'll look to Sarah and Fridge.
I concur.
Yeah, I don't see any good reason. I'd offer to help, but apparently I'm useless today.
Now you talk some sense into the... Well, I won't take pot shots. Anywho. Oh, and I'll step in front of him now. Something tells me you die for your cause anyway. Is that right?
See him give an expression of thinking for a moment. an answer.
Let's try an easier question. Do you want to live?
He nods.
See, that's the thing, though. You'd just start all this up again, wouldn't you?
Nods again.
Well, thank you for answering truthfully. One will stand. Take a step back. Notice that Junior has a dead icon on him.
The character underneath him, but the position happens to be in is unfortunate. But socially and mentally,
Yeah.
right now,
Look, I got nothing. We can let him live. We can take him with us. I'm pretty sure that the Black Staff would probably want to talk to this man.
he
But-
didn't give a scowling look when laugh.
Perfect. That's what I was looking for. But I'm sure he'll fight us tooth and nail all the way there, and we can't even go back yet. This was a detour.
You're not wrong.
Don't understand. How part in all of this? I mean, he runs a hunting lodge. I mean, yes, he's not fond of orcs, but I mean, enough to have a sigil mark on the cabin. Get it?
Robin, you're really quiet. Is your mic down? I can barely hear you.
Is that any better?
So much better, thank you.
Oh, there we go. I just don't understand why the sigil would be on Falcon's cabin. I mean, he's not fond of orcs, but is he really that important? Just one human?
Do you know the man she's speaking of?
Nods.
Is he alive?
Shrugs.
Is he here?
Oh, are you in the room now, Junior? Oh, welcome back.
Yeah, Junior would be there for a bit, for a while, but was like leaning on the wall just behind fridge.
Cool. Shakes his head. You.
Mm.
That's a shame because that was your only the only thing you had, buddy.
Insight check.
Go ahead.
I never see ins. That's a 12.
Seems to be telling the truth.
Hmm. Is Sildan in the room as well?
Nope.
Shakes his
Okay.
head. No.
That's pretty good.
Just a yes or no question isn't going to cut it to find out what the hell's going on with this cabin. I just don't. Where?
Well, we can have a look around, Red.
Uh,
Sharon, are you done with this dude? I'm going to summon my short sword.
don't think we can learn anything else from. I,
I'm going to look at Owen for approval.
Red glowing eyes.
Yeah, daggers into.
Do you know where they took Falcon?
He nods.
And there we go. That's why he gets to live.
Can I want to step forward? See that map to Saren.
Sorry, I missed that. Very
Say again. I'm sorry, you're cutting out.
I missed that. What did you say?
Owen asked for the map.
Oh, yeah, I'll hand it over.
I'll kneel down and unfold it. Point.
He points, but it's not on a point on the satchel, it's further south.
Is he part of your ritual?
Nods.
That's a problem.
We still don't know what the ritual's for, do we?
No, and we can't figure that out without ungagging him, and I'm not at all looking forward to doing that.
My hut wouldn't be of any use, would it? I mean, I can determine, I think, who can go in and out of it.
Does that work against teleportation?
No idea. Fit inside the dome. Creatures and objects within the dome when you cast a spell. Really, all creatures and objects. No, I don't think it would work. Spells and other magical effects can't extend through the dome, but can or be cast through it. So yeah, right? I mean,
If he's high enough level and has teleport, then it may not need to. If it's something like Misty Step, then yeah, but I don't know.
My interpretation of that would be that if a spell cannot be cast through it, then Misty Step, as an example that you just mentioned, he could only Misty Step to another point inside the hut.
Yeah, correct.
So by the same logic, if he were to cast, like, greater teleportation or whatever, that's not a spell, but, like, if he were to cast that, he could only greater teleport to another point inside of the hut.
What about something like Dimension Door?
Only to a point inside of the hut. For the other point, it would need the other side of it, so magic would have to traverse a hut to do so. Which, obviously, it can't. Oh, yeah, he would be bound in inner walls of the hut.
Could work. Might be funny.
the question is this a high enough stake to risk it?
Really depends on if he has any intention of answering our questions.
Nods.
If he wants to live, but then we won't know if he's being honest.
That's true, you can't really trust a person under duress. So
Well,
they
we'll
say.
just have to wait to see what he says then. And also, I think that would be a very useful thing for you to do, Fridge. He gives her a
Alright.
sympathetic smile.
Just winding them up at this point. Fridge will Everybody in or out? We have a 10-foot radius here, people. Get close.
Oh, I'll just be out here then. I don't want to crowd things.
I'll be in.
Any more for any more?
Hang on, what we doing?
Containing the orc creature within a dome to try and get some answers without them being able to teleport away.
Ah, right. Okay. Oh, I'm sure you guys can handle it without me.
All right then. And Fridge will cast the dome, encompassing any who are standing close enough by. We have 8 hours.
Okay. Well, I'll kneel down. I'm sorry, am I taking this from, do you want to do this to Saren? He says as his hand creeps up towards the half-orc's mouth.
Can I ask real quick? Sorry, DM.
Sure.
Like, does Junior feel ill or anything at this point? Like, does he know what's going on?
Make a wisdom check.
Swear down, not now.
15.
You know
Oh, that
what
was a
happened
wisdom
now.
save. Oh, it's the same. It's the same roll anyway.
It
so-
would be a wisdom save. But yeah, now, having had a moment away from it all and the heated situation, you realize what you done and that it wasn't of your own fruition.
And Junior's leaving to go get some air.
Cool.
Oh, good idea. There'll be a moment or two. Perhaps I'll take a look around, investigate the place. And he goes off to do so.
Cool.
You can assume Sildan is just, yeah, doing that. Particularly if he can get upstairs.
We'll get to that in just a moment.
Yep.
So, the Hutters.
But
Or I called you the Tinies? Or the
Kinda.
Leomans?
You taking the lead on this, Saren? He's your man.
He winks. No, he doesn't. He's not.
Well,
That orcish constitution, there. It can go for hours.
by all means. So yeah, she'll take the gag off.
As Saren's doing that, Fridge will get ready hold person, just in case.
I'm sorry about the dock leaves. I do hear they are actually pretty good for your health.
They don't taste good.
No, but then considering you are half orc, I'm used to eating things that aren't that great.
What? Do you know nothing about us orcs?
But not really, honestly.
No.
Our only experiences with them so far have been violent. You attacked us.
You came into our place of casting. We defended it. This forest for years and been orcish. Your people took that from us.
So this is a turf war.
The war's been over for longer than
What does that mean?
means.
I want to yield.
Go ahead.
I want to yield to Saren.
No, no, go on.
Means that for as long as we've known, already lost. Until. And he stops himself.
Until what? You might as well tell us.
We just get into the good part.
Yeah, I could use something to brighten my day.
You know, he's not that bad. A lot like us. But there's another like him. Offered us chance to regain what we lost.
Who?
All of you. Humans, elves, the bunchy. Especially
No.
you, and he looks at Saren when saying this. When your goddamn father been hunting us all for you. Do you not think that family, we had loved ones that we cared for? See a small tear roll down his face.
We hunted you because all you ever did was destroy the forest, murder its animals. There was no such balance with you.
And what difference did you make? A hunting lodge? Falcon's hunting lodge? Where you had all the rich, pompous bastards come and hunt just for the sport. At least when we hunt for food. Understand, though.
Make me.
Go on, Snake.
Owen waits a beat after the making me and goes, wait, you think she doesn't understand food? Hunger?
No. Not true.
Oh, everybody has a story.
Yours.
Well, boss turned out to be a psychopath. Sided with, well, again, the phrase not good comes to mind. Killed his son. Tried to... want to yield.
Bridge was just going to say, that one's always a doozy.
Tried to capture or kill his daughter. Longest time I thought it was my fault. But hey, turns out I'm not the bad guy. Today, anyway.
Not the way I see it.
I didn't take your home. I didn't kill your people. I just work here. Well, not here specifically, but you get what I mean.
Your work right now stops me claiming.
Tell us where the dude is, dude. We've all had a shit day. None of us want to be here. Some of us are trying to stop world destruction.
What you're messing with is... it goes beyond your home. It goes beyond Neverwinter. It goes beyond the woods. You're playing with things you don't understand. Things I don't understand.
Get to make the judgment call, and I just have to deal with it.
No, what I'm asking is that we try to find another way. Because the alternative is more violence. Which, I mean, We can oblige you. I'd rather not.
I lied. Not further south of the pouch. I just thought it was my only option to get an option to live. If you'll show me the map again.
I'll hold it out again. He won't allow him to touch it this time, but he'll hold it out so he can point.
He points in the direction of where the altar icon that you saw is on the map. It's there. My people
Why?
took him as food for when we summon Gorthok.
Out of character, this is a name we know, yes.
Yeah, Gorthok is
Yeah.
the Thunderbolt that you've done arcane checks on before, and you know that the orcs have been speaking of him coming for a while.
How long is a while? Do we have that knowledge?
Gemstone Brothers.
Yeah, from the
What's the
first time
first
we
you heard it?
fought the orcs.
I more so meant like how. Do we have any inclination of how long they've been worshipping this Gorthok?
With the
Because it's a
religion
recent thing.
checks that you made before, Gorthok might be a recent thing, but as you know, like he's like a sub deity of Talos. You know that they've been worshipping Talos for as long as been in the history books. As anonymous as humans worshipping Serenray.
Trying to summon a deity. Which I get. I get why you would want to. I get why you're doing all of this. Do you think Gorthok will care?
In our darkest hours, we turn to our only hopes. Not that summon him, be able to control him, but he'll care. Been left with no other choice. But
Was-
the dwindle.
Was diplomacy never on that list?
Oh yeah. Why don't you ask your black staff about it?
We're asking you. Why do you
think
hate her so much?
in thinking the 100 years that we vanished from our own home that we didn't try diplomacy? Tried. Many of my elders have fallen before they could even step foot through water. No black staff isn't as it.
No, no one ever is. It's not really the point. Everybody's hands are dirty in this.
You can add 100 years of genocide to her list.
Are you that old?
Looks good.
You're telling me. What?
That she looks that old.
Yeah.
Looks visibly confused at this point.
Okay, I want to point from the half-orc to the party. Maybe we're not talking about the same person here. Describe your black staff.
Full gray hair, old looking dude, real fucking.
Got a name?
Keldron, I think.
Does it ring any bells?
I have come up at some point. I don't think to you, though. One person who would know isn't here.
God damn it, Silky.
I'll go get him.
Why'd you assume it's Silky?
He won't
Because it
get
is!
in. He won't be able to get in, Saren. He wasn't in here when this was cast. You'll come back in. He'll smash face first into the wall.
Oh, that's okay. We'll just shout through the...
I mean, I could just
Does
ask
this
him.
thing have a tent flap?
No.
Oh, that would be great.
Sucks.
Does it prevent sound from leaving?
No, it does not.
Can you just talk a little louder? Which would be a feat for him. The irony is not lost on me, Shay.
Yeah, I will go get Silky, wherever he is.
Oh, it was actually lost on me, though.
It takes a minute. He's not
Yeah.
literally standing right there. He wandered off to, search the place, basically.
Okay, we're just standing in the forecourt, you know. Silky! Where are you?
Oh, this is interesting. So we'll come back to this moment in a second then. So,
Oh, dear.
Sildan, when you left to go search the house, where did you go?
Well, I'd like to go back upstairs. I don't know just how much it got damaged, the staircase. I mean, obviously, I'd be able to now see the trap, right?
Yes, you can see the trap. There is, like, a 5-foot gap between, like, one stair to the next step, and obviously that ascends as well.
Well, knowing that it's there, can I circumvent it? Can I just,
Try.
get upstairs? Okay. Yeah, I'll give it a try.
Give us a
that-
acrobatics check.
Because I don't think there's any other way to do. I mean, I've got a rope. I could give that a go in a minute, but yeah, I'll try acrobatics here. 12.
In trying to carefully skirt across some of the boards that aren't broken and make your way up, fail the acrobatics check, fall into the spikes, and take a total of 6 points of piercing damage. Fall to the bottom of the stairs.
All right, that way's not going to work very well.
Imagine though if you only had 6 points of healing, like health left.
So
And-
that's just fucking
Yeah,
dead.
it took
At the bottom
this
of the
long-
stairs.
It took this long for them to come search for you. You'd have had to make like, 10, 12 death saving. You'd have been on your own. You either succeed or are dead.
It's fine. Yeah, so is there a way then? I guess that balcony outside. If, again, I can use a rope to, like, throw it up or loop around or whatever, but I also might be able to get Junior to give me a boost.
Oh, Junior ran out the front door, though.
And that's where Sildan has just
Yeah.
gone.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he said he was going to get some air, right? So I just figured, like, I'll basically be like, not to bother you, but if you could just give me a push up, I'll yell if I see anything. I'd rather not take the stairs again, he says, picking one of the spikes out of his butt.
Yeah, Junior will 100% give him a boost
Cool.
if he wants up.
You can either both make a strength check. Let me check which one it is. I think it's strength athletics. Yes, it is. You can either both make a strength athletics check, and I'll take the higher, or one of you can roll with advantage.
Although I was going to flavor text that Junior ran out because he was about to just And this might not have happened because I'm just making this up on the spot, and you can say whether this happens or not, DM. But I was going to say that he froze up Blackacre.
Sure. I like it.
So he's ran outside, and so you would have come out to see Junior hunched over. He goes, yeah, okay, no worries. Yeah, I can pick you up there.
Are you? That seems rather urgent and debilitating.
It's not okay, but we can worry about it later.
All right,
And
I'll
then
put a
Junior
pin
holds
in
his
it.
hands out to push.
Not for very long. Also, Sildan will sort of like he's almost literally looking down his nose down at Junior's hands. Are they vomited on?
No, you're okay.
Oh, that's good. All right, yeah, then he'll step up. Why don't you roll with advantage, Junior? I certainly won't be any help making this athletics check.
Strength athletics. I can do that.
Oh,
A 21.
Yeah, so with a rage that has been building up inside of you, you wait for Sildan's foot to step on yours, and as you feel him start to lift himself up onto to put all of his weight onto you, you lift with as much might as you can, and you throw Sildan up this balcony. And Sildan, you land with grace and poise.
perfect.
Go ahead
As
and
it should be. Yeah, I'm already on the upper map.
so you are.
Cool. So yeah, I'll head out here. I mean, I see a door to my immediate left. It looks good a spot as any.
1 second. Configure missions.
Dead.
I just had to set stream as owner to your token so that I could have sound.
Gotcha.
Okay. This room has a conical roof and an open window to the north. Nope, doesn't have an open window because I decided all the windows were going to be shut. This room has a conical roof and those dusted windows that I mentioned previously, with ivy growing over the northmost window to really emphasize the fact that it's shut. A cast iron tub with clawed feet stands in the center of this room. Next to the tub, a rusty iron pump that still drips occasionally. Bathtub.
Was that it?
Yep.
This is a bathroom?
Just a bathroom.
Huh. Cool.
Every house need one.
Yeah. One interesting thing to note.
Yeah.
And just by the way, I don't know if this is I can see the whole map. Is that
The whole map or cracks through the map?
no, I can see the map.
Huh.
Although this
So,
is
like, this area here isn't dark for you.
no.
Huh. Well, let me fix that.
As if I have the whole oh, okay.
Did that fix that?
No, I can still see the whole map. It's like it doesn't have walls or whatever.
Huh. That's definitely
But,
on your end thing then, because it has walls.
Interesting. Okay, that's very strange. It doesn't have anything to do with the fact that this token was pasted here, right? Like that it's a different Sildan token or whatever.
Let's find out.
Yeah, that's better.
But now you have no vision, so let me fix that.
Now I have no vision.
There we
yeah.
go.
But that would have been why.
And then do that. All good?
Yeah.
Whoops, I just made a light next to you.
Cool. Well, anyway, the reason I had partially asked, but this is also good, is I could see, but I also know based on the fact that there was a window there. Is there no door into this spot?
Who knows?
Because, like, there's a window there from the outside.
There is.
That doesn't make any sense. So there's no door, right?
I don't know.
Cool. Well, I think Sildan, with an intelligence of 18, is smart enough to be like, oh, that window doesn't go anywhere. That's weird.
I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, like. So can I poke and prod around for that?
Sure. Roll me investigation check.
Okay. Oh yeah, I guess there's no like take 20 equivalent, right? Because like he's just gonna keep like he knows that there's a window there. 18.
Poking around this wall in this bedroom, you notice that one of the cobblestones is ever so slightly a different color than the rest of them. As you push inwards, you hear a as the door in front of you slides open and
Oh,
reveals
cool.
itself to be a secret door that opens into a balcony above a library room. Let me describe this for you. So this 10-foot high wooden balcony forms the upper level. To the western side, a spiral staircase that curls down to a flagstone tiled floor below. Empty bookcases line the walls, their shelves mostly bowed and broken. Looking down towards the lower level, the east of two pillars are 4 old desks with chairs tucked neatly underneath them, with a few moldy books scattered about the room.
Huh. Looking down there. So sorry, does that not connect with the main level?
Yes.
Like
The
I'm
bottom
sure it
floor,
might,
yeah.
but what I'm saying is like the main level doesn't have a way in there either. Is that right? Not when
Can't
we
see from
came
this
on.
angle.
Yeah. Okay, but it's a bunch of moldy books. The level that Sildan's currently on is like the bookshelves are sort of all
Yeah,
old and useless.
Yeah, on both floors, the bookshelves are. It appears that whomever lived here took everything with them and left, or that it's been rummaged through many a times in the past.
Okay, well, I haven't rummaged through it, so I'd like to do that.
Top or bottom?
I guess the bottom, because I can see the top, and I can see that all the bookshelves are pretty barren.
Mhm.
So I'll head down to the bottom first.
Cool.
Also, let me know if I smack into the space-time continuum of, this is when they would come looking for me. But yeah, I'll go to the bottom first.
Okay. Go ahead and go down to the bottom map, and you'll see something quite interesting.
Oh, okay.
It's a rasp.
Load that.
Don't wish it into being.
It always gets stuck at 98%. Please hold.
Holding.
Oh, okay. I'm here.
And if we so choose, this could be about the time that Saren leaves the dome, or if you want to do your search first.
That sounds great. I mean, he will search around here. He'll search the room.
Cool, go ahead and make your search.
Cool.
That would be another investigation check.
Okay. 14. Not 2 bad rolls.
Underneath one of the desks, it appears to have been propped up with a book, and although not looking the
Barbarians.
greatest condition, the book found here appears to be an old text written in Elvish that, according to the cover, describes long-lost elven kingdoms, civilization. You think, oh, this is the great read, and you open the book, and inside you see that the innards of the book have actually been cut out, and although a few of the idioms
Barbarians?
there, although a few of the idioms there are still somewhat readable, the outcut reveals a tiny leather packet containing a purple dust.
Did I just find some drugs? What?
Yeah, snort it. Find out.
What? No, I'm not you. Can I discern what the packet is? Have I ever seen that powder before? What it?
Yes, you have. Make an Arcana
Oh.
check to see if you recall. At least I think I gave this to you guys at one point. Sure I did.
Oh, is this wait, was this your game? Is this sleep dust that the guards had?
No.
Oh, all right.
Natural 20.
Lots.
This is Dust of Disappearance. There are 10 uses to it, and each use can make an object up to 5 by 5 feet. No, that wasn't right. I'll have to look up Dust of Disappearance, but it's on
I see it.
D&D
Yeah, it's on
Beyond.
D&D Beyond. So I add 10 of them then?
10 uses of Dust of Disappearance, yes.
Right. Damn. All right.
And Seren, as you can see through the dome out of it, but no one can see in, you see and hear. Sildan is just up there by the library. Go out of the dome that way to see him. And the time-space continuum corrects itself.
Perfect.
Tell you what, I'll leave it down to the lower floor on the stream so that you have no Seren.
Sorry, I'm muted. Again.
Unfortunate.
Oh,
Silky,
hello.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you having a look around, but we need a bit of your help down here. You don't mind?
Well, sure. Heads back into the room.
So, what does your black staff look like?
Well, she's quite regal. He gives a basic description of her physical appearance. He seems kind of confused. Why
And
do you
then-
ask?
Well, this orcish gentleman here tried someone else. A man. And I'll just like tell the description to Silky and see if that brings anything.
Sure. Do I know who that is? Was that a previous Blackstaff?
It was Keldron, the previous black staff that has been described here.
Yes, that was the predecessor.
He was also the lover of the current black staff. Who ended up
is he
being
dead? What happened to him?
You know, feel free to or not to divulge this, as it is considered a little bit secretive knowledge between the black staff and her apprentices, and their apprentices, I should say, because of the male too. Anyway, that when a black staff dies, they actually get absorbed into the staff to be a mentor to the next generation of black staffs. So there's a long line of predecessing black staffs that all are encased within the black staff.
The Blackstaff. Okay,
Yes.
gotcha.
She's the
But
avatar.
so, so he did die then. Do I know how he died?
What you would have learnt from Vajra and the history books is that he died fighting to save the city in the last Great War.
Okay. Yeah. And sorry, what is his name?
Keldron, I can get the full name if you just a second.
That's okay. Yes, I believe this orc is describing Keldron, but he has since passed.
Leo can hear this, can't he? From inside the bubble.
Yeah.
So it was Kel Ben. Got it wrong. Kel Ben Artisan. I'll pop the
Yeah, that's what I said.
thingy.
Hey, look at that. There's hope. You know, one that doesn't come from summoning a deity that you definitely won't be able to control.
Currently looks like that child that doesn't get what he wants.
So all of them?
Got him. Look, the people who... Actually, let's rewind. You said someone promised you this. Who? Someone's leading you. By the nose, it looks like.
I tell you, makes me kill me. If you've got all the information you need, you have no more purpose for me.
If you haven't noticed, we're trying to convince you that what you're doing, all of this, no gesture, is going to lead to potentially the end of civilization as we know it.
There's been enough bloodshed.
If you're not exactly being most trusting of your...
Yeah, that's fair, but
It's this or die. I mean, pick one. I really don't care. And I don't think they do either, at the end of the day.
Now, the orc has a really good memory, but I, Leo, don't. Snake, what was the question you asked?
who put them on this path, basically?
Thank you. Lord Protector from Neverwinter. I forget
Well,
his
that's
name.
convenient.
Convenient?
Oh, and I'll throw out the name that I can't remember myself.
Dagult.
Of
Never remember?
that one, that's the one.
Yeah, it rings a bell.
Insight.
Go ahead. Telling the truth? Oh, sorry, I need to pretend to roll again like I did last time. He was telling the truth anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems to be
Sorry,
telling the
I
truth.
need to pretend to roll again.
Well, yeah, it's a good thing to do. Like, whether I'm gonna lie or not, it's a good thing to roll anyway, even if I'm telling the truth. So then, you don't know. Can't metagame it.
It's just a funny line.
Listen. Go ahead, Snake.
But that person, he's leading you by the nose, like I said. He's using you and your people to fight his war against the current Blackstaff. You didn't even know that there was a new one in town.
We didn't know he was leading us on. Leading us to fight his battles too. I think anyone makes an agreement without anything being a benefit to their side. We knew
And
he had something in the works. We didn't
That-
care as long as we got what we back.
You won't. I promise you that.
Insight
That's
check.
the-
Oh no, you can trust him. He would be the authority on
No, he didn't
Well,
verbally say insight check.
no, I know. Sildan would say something to the effect of, oh, he would be the authority on that particular topic.
I got a 3, so
Owen's being honest. That man is the person I mentioned earlier, the person who killed his son. Family seems important to you, but not to him. Not the only thing that matters to him is this vendetta. He's out for revenge, just like you are, I guess, but he's willing to burn every bridge to get it, including yours.
or not with.
Are you? Is that a joke?
Well, I mean, and he points to the armor.
What about it?
Any of his men have been.
Owen's gonna kneel. I'm gonna need you to say that again, and with more detail.
Oh shit.
Armor that you're wearing when he last visited us 3 days prior with information regarding our next of action.
Very diplomatic.
Well, orders have to be given somehow, right? His men wearing that armor.
Well, that answers that.
You say just between you and us, I guess. I made this armor. Rather, what you're looking at is prototype perfected. If they cracked it, then you have less time than we thought. And by the way, no, I'm not with him. He's trying to kill us.
We even have time to be questioning him like this. If he has cracked that armor, shouldn't we be moving on?
Yes, I should say that the best thing that I can do is to schedule a meeting with the current Blackstaff. I cannot guarantee that we can put an end to such hostilities that have... Wait, hold on. Did I hear any of that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't magically knowing all of this stuff.
you just can't see any of it.
Yeah, fair enough. I cannot guarantee that she and your people will be able to come to an agreement or put an end to hostilities, but, well, worth a shot, wouldn't you say?
If it's any consolation, you have leverage. You're forgive me, but a piece on the board. Just like we are. They're playing a game that is bigger than all of us. And if your people were to ally, your people clearly are powerful. I don't even know what the hell you were doing here. I'll gesture to the broken floor. Not really.
Thunder spell. If I'd succeeded, that one's large. He'll nod his head towards Darren. Mandolin, Waterdeep will be struck by hundreds of lightning.
I'm just gonna say good job, team. Congrats all around on stopping that. See, that's bad. But with that power, You could help turn the tide.
With all due respect, if I were sides or side for God forbid whatever reason, or Talith forbid whatever reason, you'd have no reason to trust me. I'd already swapped sides once. What makes you think I wouldn't do it again?
Well, your motivation is your people and their well-being, is it not? Surely they'd be in better hands, being tended to by our current black staff than this maniac.
Exactly.
I don't know about you, but that maniac killed 5 of my orcs on the way in. He didn't hunt, and he turns towards Seren while saying this, hunt my kind for years.
No, that's true. I did what my training told me to do. I did what Falcon asked. I didn't ask any questions about it.
Just the problem, isn't it?
But what I can do is shut down the lodge. If you'll just help us.
Insight check on that motherfucker. Because holy shit. 7.
Telling the truth, as far as you can tell.
At the lodge. Albert, why?
Because talking, aren't we? We're understanding each other more. Don't people fear things that they don't understand? I can see that after talking to you, just want to fight for your kind and your family, and you just want to live like we all do. Yes, I have killed your kind, and yes, I have hunted you. Because, do, or am I wrong? So by righting that wrong would be to close down the lodge. At least that'll help atone for some of it.
Can you swear this on your god?
I swear it.
He has a look of deep thought for a few moments. Dies. What would you want from me? What and when would I be of help?
Owen?
All right, look. You actually, out of character, our goal was to get to where exactly after this? Sorry, I'm having a hard time remembering.
Where?
Location that was marked on the map on the inside of the pouch that was symbol of an altar.
I'm before that. I mean, like this was well our mission
Save
after.
Falcon? Oh, after that?
Yeah,
Stop the war.
Yeah, but were we on our way to Fandolin or Neverwinter?
I think it was Neverwinter. I
The
think.
the idea was that you were gonna go to the gnomes and then send them back with an entourage to
Which we did.
Waterdeep, which you did. Then you heard Guard that something had happened. Falcon, was it in Guard?
Yeah.
Something, because then that led you through Fandolin, where you met up with the Dockleaf guy again, and then you continued heading north to the log camp where they said Falcon was here. Now he's saying that Falcon's at the altar point because it's going to be food for Gorthok when summoned.
And potentially, because I can send a message back. And as I say, have your people talk to Blackstaff. You can send an envoy, or you seem well spoken enough. Perhaps you could go yourself. But anyway, a meeting should happen.
As much as it pains me to say, I think we need to take him with us. If we're going,
Agree.
Oh, to deal
Another-
with the other. Oh, yes.
The other options for me is kill me, obviously. I mean, all you've had so far is my word. I know you
Wait,
won't.
wait. Are we really doing this? Are we going to add another one we need to watch to our tally?
yeah, I know.
Fuck you.
Shut up,
You know,
you.
that doesn't happen.
Yeah, it would be
You
more
grab the
like,
window.
fuck you.
I
We're not going to make any headway with these people. We have to see this
No,
through.
I understand. But there's 4 of us against 2 of them now.
We have no choice. If we go without him, there's no way his people are going to stop and believe what we're saying.
Yeah, it'd be a lot more bloodshed.
All right.
You know that this isn't the catch-all, right? There'll still be orcs out there that, even if I make a deal with the Black Staff and my people, there are other tribes here. No one-stop war between all orcs. It'll help with my lot.
Is better
Obviously.
than none. We're not arguing that point.
Then I'll offer an olive branch. Could you open my robe?
I'm too young for that shit, Nate.
Well, whatever. Not you specifically. Him, then.
Owen behind his red-eyed helmet will shudder, but he'll step forward.
Your sad man. All constitution.
As you open the robe and pull it down to about where his waist is, although still being caught by the shackles, obviously. You see that he is adorned in tattoos all over his chest and back. It appears from the back, still trying to get the notes up for it. Where is it? I know I put them somewhere. Maybe it's in his bio. There it is.
Oh, excuse me, sorry.
It reveals a multitude of tattoos. Well-built female orc figure in full plate with a mighty hammer stand poised on his back, with a vast number of lightning bolts that fork around to his chest, where another smaller figure rests curled up at his abdomen. These lightning bolts, each one of them a spell gifted. Figure on my back. My wife. She was lost in battle. The spirit remains protection. This. He gestures at his abdomen. There's begin to well up in his eyes. This was my boy. That information, I know it's nothing, but these tattoos were removed before my death. I got the afterlife. I offer you that much to know that you can me.
So you're saying if we skin you, you're not able to see your dead family in the afterlife?
Yes.
Ew.
That's a little bit rough.
Ew.
just ew.
Owen will hold up a hand like plague style and simply say, "No skinning." No more battle, not between us. Deal?
I mean, who skins people nowadays? I mean,
Barbaric.
Owen will extend a hand.
I'll clasp it.
A very firm but brief shake. All right, then.
Nods. Have an accord. Whatever you fuckers call it.
It works. Yours is fancier.
What's our next move?
Well, you want to save Falcon, right?
yeah.
Better head to the Circle of Thunder.
Sorry.
Ooh. Can we leave it there?
Yes,
That sounds good.
Sorry.
So,
The Circle of Thunder.
Something.
Oh, wow.
Almost dome-like,
Wow.
one would say. So it seems as though we're heading into a Thunderdome.
no, it's a circle. Domes are 3D. Circles 2.
All right, man. Fine. It's your campaign. I guess. All right, we're heading into the
Second
Circle
dimension.
Dome. No, wait.
Well, I want to say thank you everyone for watching. Thank you, Jeff, for editing. I know this was a little bit of a long one. We'll be back in roughly 2 weeks' time to see where this
Also,
leads.
thanks, C7.
Yeah, thanks C7 for the sub. I did start typing. I still have in my chat bar A from where I was going to type AC7.
Hey.
But then Frigid Jr. started fighting,
Oh,
and
shit,
I could.
sorry.
Yeah, I'm not blaming you. I just got so engrossed, and my
Nah, it's
ADD
good.
brain was like, "Oh shit, that's cool." So I'll press enter now, and C7 can see the A that I had started to type. Where I was gonna say, "Hey, thanks C7, appreciate you being here," and then completely forgot it. So apologies, C7. Anyway, see you all 2 weeks time. Till then, don't go rolling no ones. Have a good night, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Happy 2022.
Fuck you.